invested heavily in advanced technologies and diversified production sites along different coastlines in the regions. So this means that even if one facility faces disruption, other can immediately compensate. We can see also that desalination plants are protected by multi-layer defense systems. So these are robust systems and robust cybersecurity systems and strict contingency protocols. So we can see that also the region also maintains significant strategic water resources, reservoirs, and has the ability to reroute supply through interconnected networks. So while regional tension may create headlines, they have not translated into operational risk for the many GCC countries in water supply systems. And infrastructure, because the infrastructure is designed to withstand geopolitical shocks, and the current situation does not pose a major threat to water continuity. So, to sum up that, the GCC desalination system is built for stability, and residents can remain confident that the water supply will stay secure and uninterrupted, even if there is an interruption in the system. So they have an immune water supply system in most GCC countries.
It's positive to hear it's such critical infrastructure. Historically, Rabi, what factors have shaped the reliance on desalination? Clearly, we're in an arid region, but what in addition to that? And how's that supported growth across the region, do you think?
So over the years, the Gulf reliance on desalination is rooted in geography and also ambitions. So with limited natural freshwater resources and fast-growing population in the region, this region needed dependent on climate-proof solutions. And desalination offer exactly this solution, which is a technology that, as we said before, transform the abundant sources, which is the sea, into stable, high-quality water supply or potable water. And this reliability has been a cornerstone for the GCC economic and social development. It enabled the growth of major cities, supported industrial expansion, and ensured water security for millions of residents in the GCC countries. We can see also that the GCC has also turned desalination into a strategic advantage by adopting cutting-edge technologies, improving energy efficiency, and integrating renewable power. This has strengthened resilience and reduced operational risk and also operational cost in many instances. So I feel that even with regional tension, the desalination sector remains secure because its scale, diversifications, and robust protection measures ensure the water supply remains uninterrupted, protected ongoing growth and stability across most of the Gulf cities. So I think it is very, very secure.
Can I ask you a little bit about the way the system is structured? You mentioned in your answer to the first question, the robustness of the structure across the GCC. Let's take a scenario. How are authorities prepared to manage continuity? How does it work if a desalination facility faces disruption for whatever reason?
I think this is a big political question, but I'll try to simplify it from my knowledge. So the GCC has built very robust continuity framework to ensure water supply remains uninterrupted. So even if a single desalination facilities experience disruptions, because they are operated in a multi-plant across different locations. So they have several plants across many locations, so they don't have a centralized systems. And if one plant slows down, others can immediately increase output to balance the system. And in addition to that, so most countries in the region maintain strategic water reservoirs. So they have large storage facilities and aquifer recharge systems. And these systems provide, we can see, comfortable buffer during the operational challenges. And in addition to that, the water networks themselves are interconnected, so allowing supply to reroute quickly from one plant to another or from one distribution line to another. And in operational terms, we can see that they have contingency plans, and these including rapid response to maintenance system. They have backup power system for pumping stations, and they have strong cybersecurity protocols. So these measures are tested regularly to ensure readiness because they have the facilities to do that. So the infrastructure is designed, it's also over-designed to be honest, to withstand external shocks, and the authorities such as DIWA and SIWA remain fully prepared to maintain stable and reliable systems to cope with all circumstances. So we haven't witnessed over the years any interruptions at a large scale in the GCC countries.
No, I got to say, man, I've lived here for some time and I've never noticed a disruption. And it is the case at the moment. It's interesting, actually, because it's as though over-engineering is engineered into the system, which I guess is a contingency plan as much as anything. You mentioned the planning for contingencies there. And current tensions aside, life happens, things go wrong for whatever reason. There are a number of things that could happen, of course. But how robust are contingency plans in place for maintaining water security? I understand strong, but if you can go into a little bit more detail on how contingency planning works.
So we can see that, as I said, the infrastructure here are designed to be largely invisible. We will not see that as people and living, because even if one desalination plant experiences a disruption, households would still receive water at normal pressure because other plants can't increase production immediately. And even if in every building and in every villa and every house, they have storage tanks which are sufficient for 24 hours. So by their regulations, every building or every development, they must have a storage tank that can supply water to the community or to the house or the building for at least 24 hours. And they have also strategic storage reservoirs capable for holding for several days and several months of water. And this provides additional buffer. So I feel that these reservoirs are strategically located near urban cities, which guarantee rapid distribution. And so residents would notice very little if there is any disruption. Essential services such as hospital, emergency facilities, and other important key points and will not notice that because they have the priorities. And smart network, when they have smart monitoring systems, and local pressure variations can be adjusted quickly and correctly. So most authorities such as DIWA or SIWA will maintain also strong communication channels to keep the public informed. Though disruptions rarely reach to the level that require public reactions, but our situations here, for example, during COVID and during the current situation, we feel that public listen to the announced by the governments. And so the water distribution system is built in a way that we will not feel any disruptions. So even during regional tensions, so the water supply infrastructure remain stable and I think fully capable of delivering uninterrupted service to all major cities in the region, especially here in the United Arab Emirates.
It has to be said, actually, the electricity and water authorities across the UAE are pretty good at communicating. You'd have to back up that, I think. In addition to geopolitical considerations, Rabbi, what operational or environmental factors are being addressed to safeguard the desalination plants?
So now we are talking about two aspects here, operational and environment. In terms of operationally, plants are usually equipped with advanced monitoring systems that detect any abnormality early in the systems. And this allows teams to intervene before issues escalate in any plant. And they have regular maintenance cycles, and they have lots of backup power systems and strong cybersecurity defense systems, which further enhance the reliability of the water supply system in the regions. In terms of environmentality, as we can see, so many plants now use enhanced filtration systems and real-time water quality sensors. And these systems are flexible in terms of operational and adapt quickly to any changes in the marine conditions. And there are also some kind of investment in renewable power desalinations and energy efficient technologies that improve long-term sustainabilities. So these measures work all together to create a high resilience systems. So as I said before, even with the regional tension, the combination of strong operational systems and environmental preparation will remain secure and capable for delivering uninterrupted water supply.
How is climate change shaping long-term water security planning in the region, Rabbi?
Okay, this is a big question, so we can spend chapters and books to answer this this question. So, in simple terms, authorities are expanding desalination capacity using energy efficient and renewable power technologies, which do not only reduce emissions but also strengthen the resilience against rising temperature and shifting weather patterns. And water also, in addition to that, water storage infrastructure is being upgraded to handle greater variability and large-scale aquifer recharge projects. So they have many recharge projects for creating long-term natural reservoirs. And they also have smart network systems which monitor consumptions, detect leaks, and optimize distribution, which ensure that every drop is used effectively. So they have the environmental priorities and they have climate change adaptation in this region.
And also, I guess, strategies to diversify water sources as well, so that hopefully in the future we can, reduce our reliance on desalination.
So it's difficult to reduce desalination because due to the climate, but we have some major focus on expanding the use of treated wastewater, especially for agricultural use, landscaping, and industry. And this reduces pressure on desalination and ensure that high quality drinking water is reserved only for essential uses. So it's difficult to eliminate desalination at all because we don't have the natural water resources, despite the attempt of a cloud seeding, but the cloud seeding has both advantages and disadvantages. And we have another promising strategy in the region in the large aquifer discharge. And these aquifers are discharged using excess desalination water, which is stored underground during low demand period. So during your low water demand period, they discharge or they inject water into the ground as groundwater recharge projects. and this create natural and long-term reservoir that can tap the need for the future if needed. And for example, during the rainfall events, so they have harvested storm water and they capture the water which is integrated into the new urban development to make better use of seasonal water. So they store water in tanks, for example, in Hatta project. So they have very large tanks that they can store, they can harvest storm water. And the region also investing in renewable power desalination plants. So they have solar-driven water production, and this solution diversify the water mix while supporting sustainability goals.
Just one more question. We've only a few minutes left. I'm wondering if I can get your thoughts on priorities looking ahead that we should be, or that governments in the region are addressing to further strengthen water security, but security across the region.
So now for water, we are talking about different routes. So we have production and we have transmission and we have use. And I think the next priority in accelerating the integration of smart and data-driven water management across the entire supply chain. And also, we need to improve the strong contingency systems. So the future lies in using real-time analytics to optimize the production, detect leaks, because in many places and in many old cities such as Riyadh, for example, leak has huge contribution to the water system. And we need to detect the leaks and forecast future demand with greater precision. So once we predict the demand, we can manage the operation and the productions. And I feel that this shift will allow authorities to fine-tune operations, reduce losses and reduce the leakages, and make even better use of existing infrastructure without expansions. And it also supports long-term sustainability by ensuring the unit of water and energy is used efficiently as maximum as possible.
And that's key, isn't it? I'm sitting thinking
I think these are the key. Optimization is a key, yes.
Yeah,
Because we need to optimize the energy, we need to optimize the resources.
and it's incumbent on all of us to do that, for businesses or individuals, wherever you are in the world, to be fair, not just this region, to conserve water, to not waste water.
So for businesses, you are meaning how businesses can support the sustainable water use in the region?
Well, I mean, it's for all of us to consider, isn't it? Whether we're in business or whether, you're brushing your teeth and the tap is still running while you're doing it. It's about conservation of a scarce resource.
So for individual and for people, we simply use the daily habits make a real difference, a meaningful difference. And using water efficiently and using water efficient fixtures, reducing outdoor water use, for example, in gardens and landscaping, and being mindful for consumption at home. And usually, especially in United Arab Emirates, public awareness campaigns have already shown that communities are eager to contribute even with the right tools and information. So usually people listen to the announcement by governments and respect the decision dictated by the governments.
This is true. Rabi Rustam is Professor of Water and Environmental Engineering at Heriot-Watt University in Dubai. Rabi, I appreciate your thoughts this morning. I feel like I've learned something as well. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you and have a good day. Thank you. Good day.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Good morning, it's 9 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The UAE has announced fuel prices for April. Local media reports that petrol and diesel rates will change in line with global oil trends. Prices in the UAE are reviewed monthly by a committee and they're linked to international crude markets. Fuel costs have been rising in many countries as oil prices remain volatile. Despite the increase, UAE fuel prices remain relatively competitive compared to several other countries. The changes come as global energy markets continue to react to geopolitical tensions and supply concerns. The UAE is set to experience unsettled weather in the coming days. The weather conditions will be partly cloudy to really cloudy with a chance of rain across several areas. Winds are expected to pick up at times, causing blowing dust and reduced visibility. Sea conditions may also become rough, especially in open waters. Weather experts say that changes are linked to seasonal atmospheric instability during the spring transition period. Residents are advised to stay updated and take precautions, especially while driving in wet or dusty conditions. Fuel prices in the United States have climbed sharply amid global energy disruptions. Reuters reports that the national average price of gasoline has actually risen above $4 per gallon for the first time since 2022. The increase is linked to the ongoing Iran war, which has disrupted global oil supply chains. Key shipping routes, including the Strait of Hormuz, has been affected, raising concerns over supply shortages. Oil prices have surged past $100 a barrel, adding further pressure on fuel costs. A recent poll shows many U.S. households are already feeling the financial impact of higher prices. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading at 67,614 US dollars, and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.62 Indian rupees, 76.08 Pakistani rupees, 33.52 Bangladeshi taka, 16.53 Philippine peso, 14.85 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.84 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our WhatsApp and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, the sound of success.
Coming up on the Morning Drive, how one online grocery startup is managing supply and prices amid the regional conflict that we are experiencing. That's next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk. Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's the morning drive and time for another episode of Scale or Fail, where we look at how startups are navigating today's rather trickier business landscape. According to the UAE Ministry of Economy and Tourism, grocery prices and supplies are stable across the country. Behind the scenes, supermarkets are actively managing sourcing and pricing and customer expectations in a very fast-moving market. Praveen Wright is the co-founder and CEO of QuickCart, which is an online grocery platform. They're focused on supply, consistent supply, and competitive pricing. It says here, now, while large supermarkets adapt to regional pressures, we're going to explore how startups and QuickCart have just started. How are they keeping pace and what it takes to scale with resilience? Praveen, it's good to meet you. Good to have you here.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My apologies, I was late for a couple of minutes, but good to have with you guys.
Don't worry, we've got you here. We've sat you in the chair. We've tied you to the chair, actually, so you're going nowhere. It's good to have you here. First question, what was the problem you were trying to solve when you launched?
A very fundamental problem. So we have farms across the UAE. The farm, they grow real good products. And then there is retail, right?
Yeah.
Retail wants everything packed and end product so that the customers can pick it up from the shelf.
Yeah.
That's the part which the farm does not understand, packing and delivering and the supply chain, right? So the whole idea of QuickCart was bringing farm closer to the consumer. So we started with a backward integration, teaching the farm how to pack products, how to process, how to get all the required authorization approvals so that you have a proper cold chain or a proper supply chain that brings in the product direct to the market. So we got them trained, we showed them how to pack, we got them certified, we gave them a minimum quantity orders that will fulfill their investments that they are putting for the cold chain and supply chain. And then we got them on our application. So we have a complete stack app, which is freshness delivered to the consumer's door direct from the farm. The farm delivers it to our fulfillment center, which is our big warehouse. And from there, after certain quality check processes, it goes to the consumer. So consumer comes on the app, selects the product from farm fresh dairy to vegetables to fruits and even fresh cut. So we have a small butchery as well. And it's all made to order. They tap on. So we do not do quick deliveries. We do scheduled deliveries. You get the same day delivery. So you order before 11 a.m., you get the same day by 4 p.m.
Okay.
You select your products, put it in the cart, put the slot that you want the product to come in, and we deliver. So everything that goes to the consumer is produced, whatever customer receives is produced 4 to 5 hours before the delivery.
Okay, so there's a freshness guarantee. You've created a whole bunch of partnerships with farms as well.
Absolutely.
How does the platform work differently from, the other online grocery services or the traditional supermarkets that we all use?
So I think one of the aspects that I would want to put forth is all the traditional e-commerce and the big retail, we learn a lot from them, right? We consider them as pioneer because they have reached where they have reached because of their ideas. What we do essentially a bit different is that 70% of our products are locally sourced. So we empower the farmers. That's number one. Number two, sustainability, right? Local grown products get a promotion vis-a-vis what is imported from outside UAE. You must be aware that 85 to 90% of the product that you get in the market is all imported, right? If you boost the local growth, you kind of, bring in a lot of monetary support for the farms, which are there in the remote of UAE, number one. Number two, customer gets confidence about the quality that reaches to them. And number three, the very different part of our app is that you can basically go ahead and schedule all your supplies from dairy to bakery to eggs to vegetables and everything. So for example, if you need a milk thrice a week, you need a bakery once a week, you need certain vegetables twice every week. On our application, not only you have aspect of ordering one time, but you can even schedule it for good and just relax.
You
don't have to go on the app time and again.
Could I do bakery twice a day?
Absolutely, yes.
Great. Okay, just making sure. There's also the aspect in here as well, I guess, of contributions to the vision of the UAE in terms of food security.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Okay. I guess large hypermarkets have huge warehouses and huge overheads to match as well. How does a startup like yours use what must be a leaner structure, I'm guessing, to absorb supply chain hiccups faster than the big box retailers?
So the first thing, I mean, this was the main idea of not opening a lot of warehouse and dark stores. We call it dark stores in our language.
Okay.
We rather focused on having two major fulfillment centers. One of is in the north of UAE and the other one is in the south of UAE, so that we cater entire diaspora. We instead trained our farms to produce, pack, store, and then deliver it to us. So the cost of capex goes on them, not on us.
Okay.
And based on that investment that they do, we give them a guarantee of order that we will process, so that they have a recoup plan of their investment in the 3 years, 5 years. We get exclusivity. For 3 years, 5 years, the farm is ours.
Yeah.
We can do a lot of experiments in certain products that we want to bring for the consumers. And at the same time, our unit economics makes a lot of sense from day one. Rather than on the burn side, we are on first earn and then probably deliver it to the consumer.
How popular has the idea been with your partner farms?
So we, as of now, have around 5 farms, and those are segregated with different categories. So we have a farm that's for dairy. We have that only focuses on dairy. Then we have a farm only focuses on hydroponics. Then we have another farm who only focuses on green vegetables. Then we have another farm that only focuses on growing the products in a green farm. And then we have another farm which focuses on providing us poultry, which is, non-homogenized chicken, fresh chicken, eggs, farm-fed chicken eggs, and all of that.
Okay. And you've not been around very long. It's been a hell of a ride so far.
Absolutely.
Let me just check on some figures with you, just kind of for the record, really. I've read you secured $1.5 million. That was seed funding in, was it February?
Couple of months back.
Okay. So this is to expand the farm-to-home dairy and produce delivery. And then wham! Can you even put into words how the start's been for you?
So I come from a region where dairy is something that you find all across the nook and corner of the place. Okay. So I come from Mumbai, India. Being in the dairy business was always something that I dreamt of. But life always have some other plans for you. Right?
We're all so different. I dreamt of being a footballer, but there you are.
No, so I wanted to do something on that lines. While I was building my first startup back in 2018, 2019, I used to visit a lot in India because we had certain tech products that we used to take from India and sell it here. That was my first startup.
Right.
But that's where I got hooked on the startup ecosystem of India. They were going booming and building things that were way beyond your imagination. And I came across a company called Country Delight. What Country Delight did is exactly what we are doing right now here. Maybe we are replicating them. Is what you can. I have no issues in saying that we are copying them. If you copy well, copy it.
Well, a good idea is a good idea.
Yeah. So Country Delight in India started in 2015 by brick and mortar, building their own dairy and farms. Okay. And then they got it on a tech in 2017. Today, they are a $1 billion company, serving to more than 35-40 million consumers across the India. In 11 years. Wow. They are about to file for their in the stock exchange of India.
Okay.
They want to go public. Coming back to our story, so I was hooked on that idea in 2019. While I was building my first startup, along with my tech associate, who's my current co-founder, Niladri, we built a small stack, by the way, at that point in time. And we tried doing some testing, but COVID hit. And my first business boomed in COVID. COVID was a blessing in disguise because everyone wanted to outsource technology work.
Right.
And we were going by a growth of 5x, 6x, 7x. So we kind of kept it on the side.
Okay.
But after the acquisition of my first startup, I said, this is the time, let's build it. So we started building Quick Cart in late 2022. We took a couple of months to build a complete stack. We spoke to nearly 300 consumers. We went to them and we said them that, say, listen, the only problem that this app is solving right now for you is allowing you to get your dairy seamlessly to your doorstep without ordering it time and again. We got some very handsome feedback, which led us to improvise the tech, and we got a minimum viable product. So January 23, we launched it with 5 communities in Dubai, and we saw a growth of 15 to 20% month on month. But the real hook came in that within 3 months, we got a couple of farms onboarded, and our growth rate from a 20% reached to a 50% because customers started getting everything fresh. Things like really coming from the farm, the greens having those muds and the sands on the product. And you can literally feel the organic way that it's been done. So we said that it's growing well. From a 5 community, we reached to entire Dubai. And we said this is time that we need to raise. So we did a small angel round in 2023, about $300,000. Right. But what happened is that we got someone very, very important on our cap table, Mr. Ashneer Grover. He's built a couple of unicorns in India. He's a high net worth individual in India. One of the biggest fintech in India is founded by him, and we got him on board after obviously a lot of chasing.
I was going to say, yeah.
But he changed a lot of perspective for us. He said that you are only sticking to subscription model where you are asking the consumer to commit, which is not good. You also need to give multiple choices to the consumer. Don't stick to only dairy. Dairy is your hook. But beyond that, if you want to increase the back size, you need to give more offerings and tie up with more farms. That kind of, got us out from certain denial. And we again pivoted and built a new stack, obviously updated our app. And then we showcased it to multiple angel network and VCs, and hence we were able to close our 1.5 million seed round.
Do you know, it's a really important lesson, isn't it? That you have an idea, but you have to be ready.
You have to be ready,
to move and change direction.
Absolutely, yes. See, the fun with startup is that you have to be on your toes every day. You have to keep checking your numbers. You have to keep checking how things are moving, and you should be ready for pivoting. Now, when this situation, whatever is happening right now, happened, a lot of people said us that you guys will have to think out of the box. How will you manage the supply chain? I said, we don't have to. 60 to 70% of our products are locally sourced. If we take care of our farms, we will never be short of any products, and we are not. Honestly, we are not. You go on our app, you'll not find anything out of stock.
Okay. And I guess at a time like that, I mean, my first thought was you launch into a time, you literally launched as uncertainty hit.
Yes.
So there's an element, I guess, of, was your confidence knocked in any way?
It does.
It has to, doesn't it?
A journey of startup is all about ups and downs. I'll give you a simple aspect. If you're running a startup, if you're a founder, not only a startup, any business, you wake up one day, you feel that you're king of the world. The other day, you wake up, you're like, you're in deep trouble. What have you done to yourself?
You're in deep, careful.
Yeah, deep trouble. And that makes you think that whatever I did, is it good to do? But that's a journey, right? You have to be on your toes, and you have to keep thinking out of the box.
Let me ask you, the Ministry of Economy and Tourism has been really clear. Grocery supplies are stable, price gouging is strictly off the table. But as a CEO, looking at your kind of the back-end dashboard, if you like, how much invisible work is going on into maintaining that stability when we've got this situation here where global shipping routes are in a holding pattern, and you're contributing towards a vital resource, the security of food and supply.
A lot of work is going on in the background, even in our office, in our company. I'll talk about us. See, though I say that 60-70% products are locally sourced, but there are consumer section who want some product that they love to eat when they are in their home country, right? And with the current supply chain getting impacted, we have to have a backup plan. So what we did is, immediately after the first week of the situation that arose, we spoke to multiple suppliers. Though there was a hit on the price, some would call as genuine, some would took opportunity, right? But for us, the first thing was making sure that our customers' confidence is not shaken, right? So if I am making good money on the 70% of the product that a customer is buying and I'm not making any money on the 30% of the product, I'm still happy, because blended profits is still positive. So we didn't allow our team to increase the prices of those 30%, 40% produce that we get from out. Number one. Number two, we make sure that customer always, whenever they shop from us, they should feel that they are not paying more than what they should. So we kept multiple campaigns on, and still it is on, like daily deals, daily discounts, buy one, get one, coupons to our loyal consumer base that you can get additional 10% discount. So in a way, you feel that if you have bought something for a higher price, but there is an addition of discount which makes it even Steven. So as I said, the backend team is doing a lot of hard work. The procurement team is doing a lot of hard work. The merchandiser and the category builders are doing a lot of hard work to make sure that customer does not get the feel that we have increased our prices.
Good. In more usual times, how do you ensure supply consistency while you scale your operation? Did you expect to do that, as opposed to where we are now? Has it affected how you view scaling the business?
It did.
Yeah.
We had some plans of boosting certain categories. We had some plans of doing some partnership with some of the brands from different part of the world. But now those plans have taken a step back. So now the idea for us is have 500,000 SKUs, stock keeping units, but make sure that this is always available for your consumers, so you don't have to break your head on making sure that supply is stopped. The other aspect is that keep talking to your farms, keep them confident about the supply that's happening. Make sure that they know that the performance is not dipped or the demand has not dipped. Because as soon as the farm sees there's a dip in a demand, they might get on a back foot, right? So the other aspect that we faced as a challenge was, since we bring farm fresh milk, the cost of the feed of the cattle has increased.
Sure.
So we sat with the farm, we said, listen, we'll absorb that cost, right? We'll give it to you on actuals, but do not increase the cost of the product. Okay. So we did that. We take those steps to make sure that overall consumer is not impacted. If on any case on the current platform, if I increase the prices, the confidence of the consumer that we are serving right now with a repeat rate of 70% will go down drastically, and we don't want to break that. So we are doing all that is necessary by sitting at the back end, talking to our suppliers, making sure the farms and all those aspects are taken care of.
And I guess in your position, in your business, it's paramount, isn't it? This communication with
Absolutely.
The farms, much more than, I guess, other existing chain, grocery chain, supply chains.
Absolutely. See, if you have plethora of suppliers, which happens normally when you want to become a master of 20, 30,000 assortments that you want to offer to the consumer, handling a lot of supplier becomes very cumbersome. With our case, that was from day one, we decided we'll not keep a plethora of suppliers. We'll keep few, we'll keep someone who has been with us from day one, and we'll make sure we take care of them. Ultimately, there have been times that we are kind of exploring some white labeling with some farms, putting in our label on that. And we are telling them that if there is a load of capex that's going to come to you, let us know. We can have a agreement where we take the load and you just focus on production, and then we amortize that cost on the billing that you're going to do to us. So we make sure that our suppliers at all the time are happy.
Are you seeing a switch to local? We've seen a steady rise in vertical farming for some years, local dairy, but how much of a, I don't want to put this as a trend because it's not a trend, but how much of a switch what's your feeling?
So I'll give you some maths. A consumer who comes, so for instance, if we have 10 consumers coming on our platform, downloading the app,
right,
the threshold of those customers who are downloading the app to registration is 50%, which is 5. And from that 5 consumers, 3 consumers will order.
Okay.
Right. Obviously, because as I said, we do not have a very huge assortment. We have a very sleek and niche assortment. So that all those 10 people will not order, only 3 people will order.
It's a very specific market,
niche. But out of that 3, 70% will repeat.
Okay.
So 2 customers will come back. So in a nutshell, by end of the 5th year, which is what we are targeting, we might have just 200,000 consumers or 300,000 consumers. But 70,000 of that set will be ordering with a 70% of threshold. So we will still make the same amount of business that any e-commerce can make it. Number one, our ticket size are slightly higher than compared to any other e-commerce. Number 3, the other hook, and I'm a bit diverting from your question, but just want to, we have touched the sweet spot, which is no delivery fees at all. We will never have a delivery fee on our platform because we're very closely working to make sure that unit economics does not get dented with the logistic cost.
Okay.
And that is the reason the farm supplying to our warehouse takes away a lot of first mile cost from us. Right? Now, coming back to the trend that you have asked, yes, customer wants to buy niche, customer wants to buy fresh, but not everyone wants to buy that. Right? So you will always have the movement of people switching to sustainable local food in a very slow pace. The growth would be, say, at a rate of 8 to 10% CAGR. But yes, so if I have to quickly give you one aspect to it, 2023, we had 2 people or 1.5 people buying from the set of 10. Today, we have 3.5 people buying. So the 30% growth has been gradual.
Sadly, Praveen, we're out of time because the news is here and I can see Sahar chomping at the bit to deliver a news bulletin. I have much more I'd like to ask you, so we'll have to invite you back. But it's an online grocery platform focused on supply, competitive pricing, local produce, quick cart. Praveen Rai is the co-founder and CEO. It's been good to talk to you. Thank you for joining us on
Thanks, Tim. Thank you so much. Thanks for the question. Lovely to meet you guys.
Appreciate it. We'll have to get you back sometime very soon. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
Good morning, it's 9:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The UAE has strengthened the scope of corporate credit reports. The Emirates news agency says Etihad Credit Bureau will now include fines, employee wages, and pension information in company credit files. Officials say the updated reports will give banks and lenders a more complete view of the business's financial health. Records of unpaid fines and pension obligations can now affect a company's credit score. The move is designed to support transparency. It also helps banks make more informed lending decisions across the UAE. Business owners are being urged to ensure compliance with all financial and reporting requirements. The UAE has extended distance learning for schools nationwide. The Ministry of Education says online classes will continue now until April 17th for all nurseries, kindergartens, and public and private schools. The decision has been taken to ensure the safety and well-being of students and staff. Officials say the situation will be reviewed on a weekly basis. The timeline could change depending on developments. The move follows earlier extensions after the spring break as authorities continue to monitor the situation closely. The UAE has announced fuel prices for April. Local media reports that petrol and diesel rates will change in line with global oil trends. Prices in the UAE are reviewed monthly by a committee and they are linked to international crude markets. Fuel costs have been rising in many countries as oil prices remain volatile. Despite the increase, UAE fuel prices remain relatively competitive compared to several other countries. The changes come as global energy markets continue to react to geopolitical tensions and supply concerns. Fuel prices in the United States have climbed sharply amid global energy disruptions. Reuters reports that the national average price of gasoline has risen above $4 per gallon for the first time since 2022. The increase is linked to the ongoing Iran war, which has disrupted global oil supply chains. Oil prices have surged past the $100 mark a barrel, adding further pressure on fuel cost. A recent poll shows that many U.S. households are already feeling the financial impact of the higher prices. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, which is mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's education now on Mira Business FM, and as of today, the UAE directive is that there is a nationwide shift to distance learning extended for 2 weeks. So how do educational institutions deal with the uncertainty and the disruption that we're seeing as a result of conflict in the region? Nick Bradley, Heriot-Watt University in Dubai, joins us this morning. Nick, welcome.
Good morning.
Good to have you with us. Let's start with, if you can, give me an idea of how prepared you are at your university right now for the disruption we've seen because of regional tensions. It must be a time, Nick.
It is, but we've been here before, haven't we, with the pandemic? And we immediately enacted our academic continuity group, which is something that we used to run during the pandemic, to ensure that we can pivot to distance learning and hybrid learning if the case requires us to be able to allow students back to the university. Our focus is on making sure that the students have the best experience possible and also have the best support possible in this difficult time. But, we've got very good digital infrastructure. And so it was a case of really just pivoting quickly and making sure that all of the students were aware that they could continue attending class virtually when this spring break period is over, and that the academics and the student support team were there for them if they needed additional help.
If I can, I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about student support and the initiatives in place, the structures that you have in a moment. But it's remarkable, isn't it, that this move to distance learning or hybrid learning or remote work, if you're an educator, comes from that kind of COVID experience. So I understand that. But what are the immediate contingency plans if in-person operations are impacted in the way that we've seen?
So immediately the classes pivot to online teaching, and the classes just are maintained at the same times. The classes operate as you would expect classes to operate, much as I'm speaking to you today on a Teams or Zoom meeting. That's exactly what happens with the actual day-to-day sort of teaching. But in addition, lots of additional support classes are created so that students can speak to their professors privately, can get additional support if they need to in the academic sphere. But alongside that, and this is really important, we understand that this is tricky for students. I mean, it is. It's been tricky before. It's tricky now, and so we offer additional student support from professionals at our campus, and we also offer a safe space, an area where students can come together, a private area where students can come together and talk to university professionals, and they can explain that they're having some anxieties perhaps, or their concerns, they're not quite sure that they understand fully what's required of them right now, and they can have that open debate with our academic staff and with our student support team to try and alleviate any anxieties and worries they have.
How is the student attendance to online lectures compared to in-person? I'm guessing, actually, it's probably pretty good.
It is, because students want to learn, right? And they are really excited about the fact that they can actually interact again. And I'm sure I speak for many people that working from home while seeming like a lovely idea initially, gets tiring pretty quickly. And so actually attendance is as you rightly identify, is pretty good. In some cases, actually better than actual in person. And the community that you get from students interacting is really strong. Because students are getting the feedback, they're getting the communication, they're getting the support. Frankly, they're being able to talk to peers as well as professors about elements of their learning experience that they wouldn't perhaps feel as comfortable doing so in person.
It's so interesting that, but we live in this generation of digital natives, don't we? So I guess there's an element of that. So I mean, it's a good thing to hear. So teaching can realistically continue pretty much without interruption. You can shift pretty much immediately to full online delivery. Internally, how is the transition doing that for the educators in particular?
Well, I think the educators get as much actually out of continuing to do online teaching as the students, because they're in much the same position. They're keen to engage and keen to communicate, and keen, frankly, to teach. And so it's pretty seamless actually. And as I indicated, because we've been here before, and of course technology's moved on in the last 6 years, and it's much more precise and much more interactive than it was. I think any good university today has really strong digital infrastructure to be able to support the learning experience. I think it's an absolute necessity. And students now have the ability to actually communicate directly with their professors, and to be able to essentially have a very, very similar quality of outcome from the learning. And the teachers and the professors and the academics have all, I think, embraced it. And they get as much out of it, as I say, as the students. They're as excited to be, I think this week, be teaching again, be speaking to the students, whether that's in seminar groups, whether that's one-to-one, whether that's in lecture style conversations. It's exciting for them because they're back and they're able to communicate immediately.
So the lessons learned from the COVID experience, the previous kind of distance learning periods have been learned, but it's more than just shifting to Teams or to Zoom or whatever platform you use. I mean, there are issues, aren't there, of student protection, of cybersecurity, and the long-term kind of academic integrity, if you're in a more volatile environment, there's a whole lot more to think about, I guess, and to consider remotely.
100%. Of course, that's right. The key for us is to ensure that the students feel supported, the students can have the learning outcomes that they need and they want, and that they have a safe space to be able to communicate. Of course, we've taken a huge amount of time and thought and effort over these last few years, but also obviously more recently in the last couple of weeks, to ensure the integrity of the systems are 100%, to ensure that that we move from an exam model at the end of the semester to looking at their academic progress through the year, and to look at essentially if they've got assignments due and that kind of thing, to kind of look at a more assignment-based judgment model than an exam-based model, which is absolutely the right thing to do. But we're absolutely confident that we can maintain the integrity of the education system, maintain the integrity of the quality of the learning that the students are getting, and we're absolutely certain that the outcome for the students will be a very positive one.
What about in terms of contingency planning, Nick, perhaps for something like offline distance learning, downloadable modules or
of course,
information in case of internet disruption, for example?
No, of course that is. I think that's a prerequisite, and it's something that we offer. And you would expect, of course, one of the, if you like, advantages of online platforms is, of course, you can record the content, right? So that students are able to go back. Not only those students that are not able to access it through internet outages or whatever that may be, but are able, if there's something they're not quite clear on in the class, they can go back and see it again. They can go back and watch again. And then, of course, they can reach out to the professor or the academic team and say, I'm unclear on this element of what you taught. Can you assist me with that? So in some ways, the nuance is such that it's actually there's a certain advantageous nature to it. Of course, nothing replaces face-to-face, of course. But I think the detail by which the students can study what they've learned and can go back and can correspond and communicate. And as I've mentioned already, the forum where they can actually have like an open conversation about the class and about the learning outcomes. I think all of these things are hugely important.
I have to say, from where I sit now in my advancing years, to have been able to record lectures would have been useful in my day, for sure. Potentially, I suppose, high stakes exams, finals are being or might be postponed. I'm not sure about how that's working. If you can fill me in on that, whether they're moving online this month, whatever. If disruptions do affect exams, it means there's a real onus, isn't there, on ensuring, proctoring standards and academic honesty in a remote environment, so that in assessments you can ensure those assessments are adapted fairly.
100%. But I think what's really important is that the student experience, whether it's if you're a postgraduate student for a year or an undergraduate student for 4 years, it's not just about the exam. It's not just about that day where you do the exam. It's about the whole education experience all the way through. So we're making sure that when we're taking into account final exams, and a decision hasn't been taken on what's happening with finals yet, but when we're looking at final exams, we'll be looking at the whole learning outcome. And that's a slightly cheesy way of basically saying they're going to be looking at all of the assessments done by the students. They're going to be looking at all of the tutor groups, the seminar groups, the practical experience the students have had in laboratories. They're going to be looking at all of that when they come to make a decision on the final grades. And of course, what is absolutely key is the integrity of the system, and we are 100% certain that the integrity is complete and will be fantastic. And so we're making sure that, for us, I guess, we're making sure that the students feel comfortable. The students understand that this isn't going to impact their ability to get, in the case, a postgraduate, undergraduate degree, or isn't going to impact their ability to move to the next academic year, because we're putting all of the systems in place to ensure they have a very straightforward transition. And as I say, we'll be making a decision on final exams nearer the time, but we're confident in our robust processes.
How about lab-based or clinical degrees, medicine, engineering? How do you replace that vital kind of hands-on experience while campus access is restricted?
Well, I can't speak for medicine, but for engineering at Heriot-Watt, a lot of the practical work is done in the first semester as well. For which it's just sort of the nature of the program, that a lot of the practical work is done earlier in the cycle, if you like, whichever year you're in. So that's fortuitous for us at the moment. But you're absolutely right. The students won't get the same hands-on experience in the second semester when they're virtually learning. There is, again, learning from the pandemic, there are things that we have done. There are programs that we teach that can still be interactive, if not physically picking up the instruments in question. but can still be interactive and can still have the same learning outcomes. But those students, we hope, eventually will get back into the laboratories, and we'll be able to have that. We'll be able to have that hands-on experience in the future. But I think, as I say, we've learned so much, I think, in the last 6 years about how education and how higher education can be taught in a different way, and how we can pivot to a virtual or a hybrid or however you want to describe it model, that we're pretty certain that the program is resilient enough that the students can still get the same outcomes in the current climate.
It's not as steep a learning curve this time around, I suppose, is it?
No, it's not. It's actually, what's quite interesting is how quickly we were able to enact the policies we have, and it was like putting on an old pair of slippers in a way, sort of returning back to a process that we've become very familiar with over, on and off over a couple of years. And what I think from my perspective, what's exciting is because technology has moved on, of course, and the systems that we use to interact with the students has moved on, that how much more improved it is, how much more interactive it is, how much more precise to the individual it is, to allow the students to be able to get more out of it. So the interaction and the process by which students can ask questions, the process by which students can communicate with fellow students is much more advanced this many years on. And so the experience is a really positive one.
It's the first time I've heard somebody liken education to a well-worn pair of slippers, Nick, but you get a score for that one. That's a tick in the box. Let's talk about student support. I mean, in terms of well-being and mental health, you were at pains to point that out at the start of our conversation, and rightly so, I think. But just talk me through some of the initiatives that you have in place. I mean, first of all, how do you ensure international students who may remain in on-campus housing, for example, how they feel secure and they're informed during a period where we see, heightened security alerts?
Of course. I mean, students are in continual conversation with our student support team daily. Multiple times a day in some cases. There's also a daily wellness drop-in centre, virtual one, which allows students to come together, it allows students to meet with academics, allows students to meet with student services and student support, and also crucially, and this is the crucial part, each other. So they can come together in a safe space, they can communicate their fears, their anxieties, their positives as well, initiatives that they've come forward with, ideas. They organise meetings within their student accommodation to come together, so that we've found that some students are doing classes collaboratively, like within the actual student accommodation themselves, and that's domestic and international students, which is exciting as well. And this service, provides every concern they might have, whether it's financial, whether it's, as you say, the alerts they're getting, whether it's the academic content. This environment allows them to come together and have a clear and straightforward communication with everybody. And we've actually found that the peer-to-peer kind of conversations are by far the most popular. And of course, that when you say that is kind of obvious, that you get confidence from learning that your friends, your colleagues, your work compatriots are feeling the same things that you're feeling, and you share your fears, you share your concerns, and you work through them collaboratively together. And so, for me, that facility, the virtual safe space, has been fantastic, and it's something that we've pioneered and we've expanded upon, and it really works well. Of course, though, all of our student services who are working 24/7, and of course, there's all of the required 24/7 hotlines that you would expect in circumstances like this for the students. But all of my colleagues that are working in the student services and doing a fantastic job, and frankly, at times a tiring job right now, are in communication with all of our students, international or domestic, on a daily basis, and that includes weekends as well. To make sure that no student is feeling isolated, no student is feeling concerned, and that there's a level of confidence that when we can return to class and when we can all come together as a community in person, that we will do so, and we will look forward to that day.
Student welfare is clearly paramount, but it's also about staff as well, isn't it? How do you support the educators?
Well, our provost, Dame Heather McGregor, has been absolutely fantastic in getting all of the staff together. She's doing virtual calls with all of us many times a week. She's communicating with us in a very personal way, actually. On a daily basis, making sure that we all feel part of the Heriot Watt family, and I think we do. It's actually been a real exciting and proud moment that we've all kind of come together to support each other. And she is absolutely laser focused on ensuring that the staff in the situation we're in are not forgotten. It's not just about the students. They're hugely important, but we also want the staff to feel as though they're supported too. And the same facilities that we offer to the students, there are similar facilities offered by HR for us as staff. But I really feel that we felt part of something slightly bigger. We're a bit more, we're a bit closer, I think. We might not be closer physically, but I feel like we're closer as an organisation because of the communication strategies that have been put in place to ensure that the support. And I know that with my team, I'm in touch with on a daily basis, and I'm particularly presently aware of colleagues that maybe are living alone, and making sure that they're in touch and having regular check-ins with colleagues and friends. Because if you are living alone during this time, of course it can be slightly fraught. But I think we've done a really fantastic job actually of making sure that the staff are supported as well as the students. And let's be honest, if the staff are supported well, the staff are positive, the staff feel great, which we do, then that's going to permeate through to the student experience as well.
Well, that's the key, isn't it? It's not easy. My wife teaches. She's moved to online learning again today, and I know from her experience, it's a different experience. But to be aware that people, have their own personal, their family, their safety concerns, etc. When you manage to make that jump to 100% remote workload, lots more to think about. Final question for you, Nick. Do you think universities need to, consider really building in as part of the model that kind of hybrid first idea to future-proof against further shocks, whether they're geopolitical or otherwise, so that, hybrid learning becomes a permanent safeguard, if you like, for universities moving forward?
I think as universities move onto the global stage and are becoming much more global in their outlook, universities are doing that, to be honest, because irrespective of global shocks, you have time differences, you have students who aren't able necessarily to travel as easily, perhaps, and that might be through a number of different reasons. And so I think any good university worth its salt is looking at its digital infrastructure and is in building programs that can be taught in a hybrid fashion, can be taught online. Heriot Watt has a proud history of online education anyway. We're one of the pioneers of online education in the UK and have been for decades now. And I mean, that's certainly helped us, but I think universities as a whole, I think recognise the challenge of the global connected world we're in. And I think they're constantly thinking about how we can offer virtual classes, how we can offer hybrid learning, especially as technology is improving to such an extent that the transition from in-person to virtual can be seamless now. And so the answer simply is yes. I think universities should and are doing it. And I think it's going to become just part and parcel of the natural teaching environment, that you have programs that are taught in a myriad of different ways. And I think that students who perhaps 20 years ago you couldn't envisage the interaction at the level that we're seeing now with a virtual component is such that for students coming of age now, it's something they're very familiar with. It's something very straightforward, and they've become completely accustomed to it. And so when we're pivoting to a different mechanism of teaching, for most students, it's something that's very familiar. And so universities acknowledge that, recognise it, and are adapting to it.
Nick Bradley, great to talk to you.
Thanks
And I hope those slippers are comfortable for as short a time as possible.
Thanks so much.
Good to have you on. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money.
Good morning, it's 10 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The UAE is set to experience unsettled weather in the coming days. The weather conditions will be partly cloudy to cloudy with a chance of rain across several areas. Winds are expected to pick up at times, causing blowing dust and reduced visibility. Sea conditions may also become rough, especially open waters. Weather experts say the changes are linked to seasonal atmospheric instability during the spring transition period. Residents are advised to stay updated and take precautions, especially while driving in wet or dusty conditions. Fuel prices in the United States have climbed sharply amid global energy disruptions. Reuters report says that national average price of gasoline has risen above $4 per gallon for the first time since 2022. The increase is linked to the ongoing Iran war, which has disrupted global oil supply chains. Key shipping routes, including the Strait of Hormuz, have been affected, raising concerns over supply shortages. Oil prices have surged past $100 a barrel, adding further pressure on fuel costs. A recent poll shows many U.S. households are already feeling the financial impact of higher prices. Global oil prices have surged as tensions in the Middle East continue to rise. Brent crude jumped about 3% overnight. It moved above $115 a barrel. Prices later eased slightly. They're now at around $113. However, oil is still on track for its biggest monthly gain on record. Stock markets in Asia fell sharply. Japan's Nikkei dropped nearly 3%. South Korea's Kospi also closed about 3% lower. Analysts say rising tensions and supply fears are driving oil prices higher, and they're also increasing market volatility. In our quick market and currency update, Bitcoin today is trading at $67,697. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.62 Indian rupees, 76.08 Pakistani rupees, 33.52 Bangladeshi taka, 16.53 Philippine peso, 14.85 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.84 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
This is the Morning Drive at Mira Business FM, and we're talking real estate. Our special guest this morning, once again, AJ Menon, is the CEO of Lux Vista Real Estate. Good morning to you. Oh, he's not switched on. Let's switch you on. He's switched on now. You're allowed to speak.
I'm always switched on, but I couldn't
know
speak.
you are.
No. Good morning, Tim. Good morning, everybody.
It's the first time you've ever been stuck for words, though. I should switch you off more often. AJ, nice to see you. Your headline for the topic this morning, I really like. Broker Exodus. There's a drama to that as well. So, desperate selling our brokers creating a false market is kind of the heading for the next while. Thing is, there's no shortage of real estate brokers here, is there?
Yes, that is correct. We have a lot of real estate agents, licensed and unlicensed.
Yeah, so we've got TV shows that document the appeal of real estate, a couple of different ones actually. Looks really glamorous. It can be extremely lucrative if you put the hard yard in. I would contend, though, and I think real estate brokers get knocked a lot. Okay,
That is correct, yeah.
very often slightly unfairly, because it's a very tough profession. Most are working on a commission-only basis. Very often that's the case. Mostly that's the case, I think. And to do well, it's really hard work. You got to really slog to do well. So if you make the big bucks, you deserve to make the big bucks because you've probably gone without for some time to get there.
That is what everybody misses. You only see the celebrations. You do not see the hard work that went behind it. How many deals were, it was between the cup and the slip between the cup and the lip.
Exactly right.
Yeah. So these things nobody knows. I mean, and then some people actually celebrate it, and that goes into Instagram, and then everybody says there are people who gets inspired with it, and there are people who get really jealous of it.
Well, there are, and you see the Instagram stuff of the fast cars and the fast living and all of that stuff, and I think there's this association, and I can see why people kind of hate on that a little bit. I get that, but for the few in that position, there are the majority of real estate brokers and the great majority of people that are just trying to work hard, trying to do a job, and trying to get by. So I think you've got to temper it a little bit. However, there are some really useless real estate agents as well, as there are in every profession. So I'm trying to, before we get into this, I wanted to offer a little bit of balance. But the simple thing at the moment is, and this is your thing, this kind of dramatic headline, that, brokers are leaving because times are tough.
Exactly. See, in every slow market, this was always a trend. I mean, and who leaves first? The newbies, the people who came in 5-6 months before, and they just looked at the great things that is happening. Okay, they said, okay, we will come and try our luck. Fine, they came, and these are the first ones to exit. Yeah. Easy come, easy go. Yeah. And the next one is basically the people who are part-time real estate guys. I mean, they used to be something else, and they again come into real estate. They understand that this is not for them, especially now, and they try to go back to their previous professions. And mostly, this is a commission-only business. So they don't have a proper salary.
Yeah.
And especially under the circumstances, you have no visibility. There is no clarity. Income is completely collapsed. Yeah. So it is correct. I mean, they're leaving. It is not the how they're living. No, it's not the agents leaving that is the biggest thing. It is the way they're living that is the biggest risk now.
Okay.
Why? Because what they're doing is they are pushing the sellers to sell quickly, creating an unnecessary panic. Say the market is crashing, you need to sell it. So even the sellers are not in that correct framework. They're not being advised properly. So what they do is like they just try to take the first offer and they don't really negotiate hard and then just sell the unit.
So it's tough times. So it's
times.
overly aggressive, not necessarily in the best interest.
It's not in the best interest of the sellers.
Right.
The idea is these people have to make some kind of money before they want to exit. So this is very unethical people who are actually doing this. But I also can understand some of them because it's desperate times, desperate measures. That's why they're trying to do this.
Yeah, okay. So the negotiations are not as thorough as they should be to maybe get the best price, for example, or sellers are maybe improperly represented. Let's sugarcoat it a little bit. Okay.
This was always there in the sense like the agents leaving was always there. Any time new people would come in, they will try their luck. If they are not successful, they leave. But new people used to replace them. But this time, nobody is replacing. This is a real exodus of not just agents. Some of the agencies are closing out.
Yeah.
So the alarming thing is that back in the days, new people used to come and replace them. But this time, there is nobody replacing at the moment.
Okay. So for these people that are desperate to make that, that commission before they leave, what does that mean for property prices?
It creates an artificial downward pressure on the prices.
Okay.
Because if some people mark those deals, it gets registered in DXB Interact. So basically, if anybody any potential buyer looks into that system, they understand that this is the price that was last transacted. So they expect the new listings to be on or below that price.
Got you. Okay. So it's an artificial situation, and if there are fewer agents as well, there's less activity when there is already less activity. So how does that affect liquidity?
That is the biggest issue now because it creates a see, real estate as it is not a very liquid investment. A liquid investment is like either cash or stocks. Click of a button, you should be able to get the money in.
Yeah, sure.
Real estate will normally take at least a month or a couple of months to sell. But what is going to happen now is basically since there are fewer agents in the market, fewer deals have been facilitated. So what is happening is a unit which used to take 4 weeks before will take 3 to 4 months now. So that creates a lot of liquidity for the sellers who want the money now.
Yeah, okay. So there is going to be more of a backlog, of course, which we kind of expect because of the times we're in. But there's another side to this as well that you point out, and I think this is really important. It's not great for developers either if there are less brokers. As much as we kind of laugh and there's far too many brokers, get rid of most. If there are less brokers, it's not good for developers because there's just not enough to go round.
See, the more number of brokers is actually only good for one part of the equation, and that's for the developers. So who are the brokers to the developers? They are their unpaid marketing and sales team.
Yeah, that's right.
Right?
That's
so they only have to pay them if they make a sale.
Yeah.
So there is no running cost on these people.
It really is commission-only business.
It's a commission-only business. So less number of brokers, and they rely heavily on a broker network. Yeah. If you're looking at, if a local developer is building something in Dubai, that developer may or may not have connections internationally. But for sure, there's more than about 200 nationalities living in Dubai. And most of them are brokers. There's a lot of brokers from different countries, right? So their network, the cumulative network of all these brokers, it's tremendous. So they have connections all over the world. And that is how these developers were selling out all their launches. So if there are less number of agents, off-plan sales absorption gets very, very less limited.
Yes,
and then what is that going to create? So the developers now will have to have more incentives, discounts, payment plans. So what is this going to, in effect, what is it going to happen? See, if you Tim, you bought a unit in January for 2 million dirhams.
Okay.
And me, if I go now,
wish.
I'm going to ask for 1.8 million or 1.75 million.
Sure.
And if that person is, the developer is desperate, he will give it to me. But what is it going to create when the product is on handover? You and I are both going to try to sell our units. I have an unfair advantage on you. Because the best case scenario is you need to make anything above 2 million to either break even or make some profit. I can easily sell it for 2 million and still walk away with 250,000 profit.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Can I just put something to rest here? And I've talked about this a lot, and I wonder about this. You read that there are over 200 nationalities in Dubai, and it's true, there's people from everywhere. How many countries are there on the planet? Is it 215? Is that
214 was the last I heard. I read.
It's around there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we've got 200. So that's from people from everywhere here. Because I was accused the other day of attributing more people from more countries than there are living in Dubai. Because maybe I got the figure wrong. I don't know. So it's around 214.
Yeah. At some stage, I mean, back in the days, it used to be 192 or 196 official UN officially recognized countries.
I remember that.
Yeah. But then after that, there's a lot of countries that broke up. There's a lot of countries that were recognized as new countries. So obviously the numbers have really gone up.
Okay, and everybody's here. No, I just wondered about that. So what about if there are less brokers here? What about the risks to clients? Because whatever you may think of brokers, when you find a really good broker, stick with them because they're the people that know they're on the ground. They're going to offer you the best advice.
And that is something that everybody should, the client is at risk here. Who is representing you at the moment? Either that he is being misrepresented, the agent that promised him 40% profit on completion is now undergoing a physical or a personal de-stress transformation journey in Bali. Right? So they're left high and dry. I mean, imagine if something is, the agent left mid-transaction. He feared for his personal safety and fled the country. So the client is left holding the baby.
I just had this vision of real estate agents eat, pray, love in Bali at the moment, sitting in was it the lotus position or something? All right then. So look, I suppose if the really committed, active agents they could be more selective now.
They will be more selective because obviously they cannot take everything in. And they will also be selective. But see, they understand now they are in demand. So the tables have turned.
Yeah.
So obviously now they are going to be a little bit selective, and especially when there have been instances because there are the people have been working with one or two agents. The poor agent has been showing them all the new launches, explained the whole thing, and almost about when it is about to be bought, this client actually goes through the deal with his wife's Pilates instructor who just got a license last weekend. So all the other person's hard work is gone. Yeah. So if now that Pilates lady goes back to Pilates, this agent is not going to sell your unit for you.
Okay.
Right. So me as a person, if I'm actually, I only advise top tier developers in undersupplied areas. And because I understand these are the ones which will make money, and I plan to stick with this person through the entire life cycle of the property. But suddenly now a new person comes in and he has bought a unit from some random developer in an oversupplied area. I am not going to accept that listing because I'm not sure myself is going to sell or not. So I'm not going to be doing justice on me and to the other person.
No, that makes sense. But then how many people are like you?
Many. Actually, I mean, there are quite a few people like me. Any person who's committed should be like this because they should also understand what you're promising, you have to deliver. Your whole reputation lies on, it's a reputation-based business. It's a personal thing. Trust is the currency here.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot more sense to me. So you're talking to people all the time. So what are you saying to buyers? What are you saying to sellers? What are you talking to people about? What are you advising? I ask you this every week, and it's always... Yeah.
See, this is a very crucial time for everybody now. So if you were dealing with an agent, if he's already bought a couple of units from an agent, keep in touch with that guy. I mean, make sure that he's in the country, he's not left. At least you understand, you know that whether you have to search for a new agent or not. Right?
Okay.
The other thing is basically observe. I mean, go to the social media channels, follow 3 or 4 agents, see what they are making. I mean, does he make sense? Is he consistent? After that, you shortlist 1 or 2. Start chatting with them. Tell them very clearly that you're not going to make any sudden decisions at the moment. You're not going to buy. You're not going to, but you will eventually buy. You are interested to invest, and you would do it once the things stabilize or whenever you feel confident to invest. It doesn't have to be completely after. But now, when a resolution is achieved on the war front, the recovery will take about 5 to 6 months minimum. But you don't have to wait that 5 to 6 months, because that is when the prices really start going up. You can take the decision now. So just tell them, I will buy at a certain point in time. Start talking to this person. Gauge this guy. If you understand the personality of this person also, it's actually a relationship. So it's like getting to know each other. Is this a kind of person that you would want to deal with? Can you trust him with your multi-million dirham investments? Yeah. It's not that this guy is going to run away with your money, but the thing is he able to take the decisions that will be in your favor?
That's really important to remember, isn't it? Because the point of this is, it's funny, you deal with a real estate agent at a very personal level, because you're sharing the things that you like, the wants that you have. And in a lot of ways, it's a very personal investment, is the point, I think.
See, they say you should not lie to a lawyer and a doctor. I would like to add real estate agent and a financial consultant to the mix. Okay.
There's the Instagram reel this week that's going to cause controversy. But it's a fair point, because actually, when you're buying an apartment or a house, wherever it is in the world, it's a hefty investment. It's probably the most you're ever going to spend.
On one particular item, unless you're buying a fancy sports car, which absolutely has no value. It's only ROE is return on ego.
Well, that's a very good point, but that's probably not an investment. This is property is generally an investment. But so investing that much in a property, you would think it's probably worth investing in a relationship with a real estate agent to match.
Correct.
Okay, that's a fair point.
Because people buy from people like themselves.
You buy from people you like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. Do you find that? How important is it to you? I mean, clearly it's important to you, but how much have you gained from the relationships with the people that you've advised?
A lot, because whatever...
You get friends from it.
Yes. Yeah. The thing is, the big differences. See, when you get a social media client, a lead from a social media, this person doesn't really know you. But if it's coming from a referral, that is actually a great thing. And again, a recommendation is different from a referral. I mean, if you say, okay, this AJ is, can you recommend me a real estate agent? I say, okay, go to AJ. But if you say, you know what, you should buy from AJ, he's the best. That is something different altogether.
Yeah, that's very different to I know a guy, isn't it? Yeah, okay. So the word of mouth thing is still the best form of advertising.
Definitely, 100%.
Okay. Anything else we need to add to that? Because I want to come to something else in a minute that you've been causing controversy this week, AJ, as is usually the thing. Let me just turn this off because, there you go. Nothing else we need to add to that?
No.
The only thing is there anything?
People should understand that this podcast here is not me trying to convince people to buy something. It is the lay of the land. It is what is happening at the moment in Dubai in the real estate segment.
Yeah, no. Actually, I'll be completely transparent about how this works. So we talked to you and invited you in, and you had something that we thought was important to talk about. And now what happens is generally over the weekend, I'll be completely honest about this, AJ will send me a message, and it's usually quite a long message on WhatsApp, and it will be, why don't we talk about this? And then you will have outlined, your thoughts, and that's usually the basis for this discussion. That's how it works. And very often you'll come up with a headline like "Broker Exodus today," and I'll be like, "Okay, well, that's what we'll do." That's how it works. Last week you were here, and we were talking about rising costs and the growing execution risk. Okay, our morning drive, and it was basically you saying. It was the catch-22 situation that faces the Dubai property market, analysing how construction costs are going up, maybe nearly 30% in some cases, and global supply chain pressures are creating execution risks for developers, and significant risks as well. So that's the discussion in a nutshell. So we put out a reel on Instagram about that, and out came the keyboard warriors in force as well. And I think what's interesting, and there was lots and lots of reaction, and I'll run through some of the reactions to what you said. Usual thing, click the link in the bar to watch the full episode on YouTube, etc. But you engage with people on Instagram. You use Instagram.
Yes, I do. I mean, see, I do. I'm advising on what the market is. I'm not promoting a particular product or a particular developer for that matter. For that, I create detailed project reports on YouTube.
Yes.
So I clearly think, or I feel that, you cannot get a detailed information on a project in a 90-second Instagram reel.
No, you can't. And the things that you do on YouTube tend to be very specifically, here's a development, here's what I think about it, here are the pluses, the minuses, you go into a fair amount of detail. And I'm guessing there's a fairly hefty amount of research there before you record those.
Definitely.
Okay.
And the people also should understand that, real estate always used to be driven by the users before. A buyer or a seller wanted a property, and then they used to get in touch with a broker. Sometime during this, the whole boom segment, a lot of brokers came into the market, and somehow now it became more like a broker-led decision. So if a broker makes you think that you have to make an investment on your behalf, that is not advising.
That's true. Let's go to some of the comments to what you said last week. And this is, once again, Catch-22, facing Dubai property market, construction costs are up, supply chain pressures are creating risks for developers. So, boss, it's all supply and demand. That determines the price. What was your response to that? Can you remember? I've probably got your, yeah. Oh, no, I do have your reply here. What did you think of that?
Please go ahead with it.
Agreed. But if I'm a developer, I'm not going to price it cheaper than my cost. It will be priced at cost plus margins. If all the developers raise the prices, then anyone who wants to buy will need to buy at prevailing market prices. There will always be people who would want to buy a home, primary residence. Fair point. Somebody completely disagreed with you, by the way, and you had quite a backwards and forwards on this. Not true. Unfortunately, no one is understanding economics, says this person. Real estate in Dubai is not a need or a must for off-plan buyers, big exclamation mark. They're not obligated to buy, as most buyers are investors, not end users. Developers will start taking hits on their profits rather than charging it on the customer, who would rather seek to buy in the primary market. The gap in prices between off-plan and ready market explains it clearly. Another exclamation mark. The only way I see prices, says this person, going up is if there is a dollar collapse and everything will become expensive. You had a few sentences with this person. But it was an interesting discussion because you actually had a very an intelligent backwards and forwards on that. What would you say to that response? Can you remember?
No, because we had a long chat on this one actually.
You did actually,
but the thing is, everything. I mean, I actually agreed to a lot of points that he said.
You did, yeah.
But then again, he was actually missing a certain few other things, because once the price goes up to a certain level, say for example, if the current price for something is $100, and in the wartime, if it goes to $150, eventually it will come down to $120. It is never going to come to 100 or below 100. That has been historically the case.
Historically, that has been, yeah, okay. It's a good discussion. You can see it on Instagram. It's Mira Business FM, by the way, as well. Another person, great information, actually impressive, somebody said. It wasn't all negative, but there were lots of... What was my favourite one? I think my favourite one was best keyboard warrior comment of the week. Stupid. Which is,
Was he introducing himself or commenting on me? I have no idea.
it's more likely it's me, but there you go. Then another one. This I thought was interesting, and you responded to this. Ridiculous analysis. Yes, shortage of construction material will increase cost and reduce margins for developers for existing projects, which are already sold out and called off plan. But how will you generate demand? With your podcast? Nope. So you said, thank you for your feedback. Why do you think I'm trying to generate demand? Etc. It's just really interesting, the responses that you get.
And the funny thing is, like, by making this thing, I am not trying to generate a demand here. I mean,
No,
how
it's a-
can I generate a demand? I'm somebody who's here to facilitate a deal, not to generate demand in people's. I'm not going to create I am not a consultant if I have to generate a demand or make you feel that you should invest. The decision to invest must come from you. My job is to find you the best unit which align with your financial goals.
Yeah, I think very often you take an Instagram reel in isolation, and people think that's all you have to say about a particular subject. But it was part of a much wider discussion. There were more things discussed. I have to just admit, I lied to you about my favourite comment. I've just found my favourite comment. There's loads here. This is somebody who says to you, "What a stupid marketing strategy to fool people into buying Dubai property." That's what you're being accused of. But I liked your response, and this is what you said. There's a big difference between marketing strategy and stating the facts. But you are a very smart man. Please do not invest in Dubai if that is what your instinct tells you, which I think was kind of mic drop at the moment.
Again, we did what? Almost 1 trillion of worth of business last year.
Very close.
I don't think I created that demand myself, or this podcast did have to do anything to do with that
Well,
sale.
let's put it this way. You wouldn't be wasting your time sat here with me if we'd be doing this on your yacht, would we not? I think. No, I'm with you. Look, AJ, that's pretty much all the time we have now. Let's just see if we've got anything else coming in. If you would like to comment, by the way, it's a good point. Here's a reminder. Get in touch. You can do that on Instagram. You can do that, which is Mira Business FM. You can do that by emailing us, info@mira.fm. You can WhatsApp as well, which is whatsapp.mira.fm. Or you can just, come here and shout at the glass at the Art of Living Mall. That's another way of doing it while we're on it. For now, AJ Mellon's the CEO of Lux Vista Real Estate. I always like talking to you. Thanks for coming.
It was fun, Tim, this time.
Really appreciate it. Thank you. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 10:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The UAE has strengthened the scope of corporate credit reports. The Emirates news agency says Etihad Credit Bureau will now include fines, employee wages, and pension information in company credit files. Officials say the updated reports will give banks and lenders a more complete view of a business's financial health. Records of unpaid fines and pension obligations can now affect a company's credit score. The move is designed to support transparency. It also helps banks make more informed lending decisions across the UAE. Business owners are being urged to ensure compliance with all financial and reporting requirements. Gold rose for the second day today after U.S. Fed comments and a report that U.S. President Donald Trump is willing to end the Iran war without reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Bullion jumped over 2% to near $4,560 an ounce before easing slightly. The Wall Street Journal says President Trump is willing to end the U.S. military campaign against Iran. This is even if the Strait of Hormuz stays closed at a large number. Fed Chair Jerome Powell said that long-term inflation remains under control. He added that central bank is in a good place to wait and see. Falling treasury yields also helped gold, while markets still expect less than one rate cut this year. Global oil prices have surged as tensions in the Middle East continue to rise. Brent crude jumped about 3% overnight. It moved above $115 a barrel. Prices later eased slightly. They're now at around $113. However, oil is still on track for its biggest monthly gain on record. Stock markets in Asia fell sharply. Japan's Nikkei dropped nearly 3%. South Korea's Kospi also closed at about 3% lower. Analysts say that rising tensions and supply fears are driving oil prices higher. They're also increasing the market volatility. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our WhatsApp and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
It's the morning drive. It's Mira Business FM. The economic outlook for the Gulf is shifting fast. Just weeks after tensions escalated across the region, new forecasts are emerging, and they could redefine expectations for growth, for investment, and for stability. So right now, revisiting the GCC story, fresh data and certainly sharper insight than I can provide. Azad Zangana is the head of GCC macroeconomic analysis at Oxford Economics. Azad, welcome back. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
I had you in the studio here on the 9th of March. Back you are again. I suppose it's kind of fair to say you track geopolitical developments more than most of us, and that feeds into your forecasting economically across the Gulf. You shared an updated outlook a couple of weeks ago when you were first here on where the region stands now and what could come next. So we'll look at subsequent events. But I wanted to start off with a couple of comments that we had in response to a reel that we posted on Instagram. The reel in question was about the impact of the conflict on the GCC, really, kind of generally. It's had something like 132,000 views, thousands of shares, lots of comments, positive and negative, a little bit of keyboard warrior stuff going on. But I wanted just to put a couple of responses to you. I won't use the names, but false news, said one person. GCC will not take big hits at all. The GCC controls some of the largest sovereign wealth funds in the world, which is true, but I'm interested in your thoughts in response to that.
Well, I mean, first off, I'm not in the business of providing news as such.
No.
We provide important economic analysis for clients, and obviously we're sharing that with the public at the moment. So that's an important thing to point out. Agree that the GCC sovereign wealth funds are very large and very powerful, but they are primarily designed to try to diversify the exposure of the GCC nations by investing essentially overseas and away from the most important sectors that the GCC rely on, which is oil and gas, and to a lesser extent tourism as well. So in this kind of situation, hopefully those funds are doing their jobs and they're generally outperforming the current situation domestically. And we might see some repatriation of that capital to help with the rebuilding effort. But, I mean, you only really have to look around to see how much quieter it is in general to be able to see the impact that's hitting the economy.
No, it's certainly true. I mean, this was a couple of weeks ago. You here on March the 9th, so this would have been posted that day, but we still had 10 days of conflict, and we were, the atmosphere was beginning to change, let's put it that way. But that's a response to one person. Another person commented, one thing for sure, Qatar's going to bring their think tanks together after this. They're going to have to rethink new strategies to ensure the economy isn't disrupted in the future, which is a more balanced comment. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment overall to its gas facilities, essentially knocking out around a fifth of production probably for the next 3 to 5 years. And that's quite a lot worse than we had anticipated, and even still worse than my new numbers, which we'll talk about a little bit later on. So they will have to think about, well, where are they going to make the shortfall up? Do they need to necessarily make the shortfall up in the near term or not? And really think about, well, maybe now is really a good time to start thinking about diversifying the economy even more than they have done in the past.
I should offer you a caveat before any questions this morning. To be fair, some of my questions are kind of a little bit crystal ball gazing, but that's just the nature of things. But there'll all be questions that we're all kind of asking or things that we're thinking, considering at the moment. But I appreciate your perspective in advance. Let's get into, I suppose it's a recalibrated GCC story, isn't it, in the last kind of 2 weeks? When you were last here, your forecast for GCC, real GDP growth in the GCC was revised down 1.8%, I remember, on earlier projections because of the conflict. So how has that economic outlook changed in the last 2 weeks?
Well, it's very straightforward. We put out our last set of numbers assuming 2 weeks of intense war, Strait of Hormuz being fully closed, and then slowly reopening for 2 months after that initial 2-week period.
Right.
We are now in week 4. I believe there's only been a handful of vessels that have been able to pass the Strait of Hormuz west to east. And that means, of course, we have to revise everything down, given the length of time. So we're now assuming that the intense period of the conflict is going to be not 2 weeks, but 8 weeks. So 2 months in total, followed by another 2 months of low-level conflict, tensions. That means a slow reopening of the strait for that period. Now, naturally, that's going to mean a longer disruption and probably a longer recovery time as well. For the GCC overall, we've taken that negative revision down to 4.4%, minus 4.4% compared to our pre-war forecast. So certainly been extended there. But we then do have a recovery in the following year, 4.5% stronger than our previous forecasts there.
Okay. So taking these down 4.4% would be flat from memory then, would it not?
Pretty close. It would be minus 0.1
right, okay.
for this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What are the biggest revisions in your projections aside from that, and what's driving the thinking, if you like?
So the main driver of the thinking is the ability of countries to be able to export oil and gas, where they're obviously reliant on it. So the countries that have been able to reroute their exports, they are less impacted. Or, for example, Oman, who obviously exports south of the Strait of Hormuz, is not impacted at all from the disruption from an export perspective. But, of course, there are other impacts going on there. So, if you like, Oman is the least impacted. They've only had a 0.3 percentage point downgrade to their forecast for this year. But the most impacted is Qatar. It's now minus 17 percentage points, 17.1 percentage points overall. A big part of that, of course, is natural gas, which the issue for them is it's the storage. It's so expensive to store LNG and put it to one side. Oil, it's easier. You can store it, I mean, not technically in barrels, but in tankers, put it to one side and then export it at a later date. With gas, that's just too expensive. So Qatar is the most negatively impacted.
Your data often highlights the importance of the non-oil sector. How is the conflict impacting the UAE's D33, the Saudi 2030 Vision 2030 projects, for example? Are we seeing a pause, or here's the word we use all the time, a pivot in government spending?
It's too early to say. I think governments are rightly responding to the defense needs at this moment in time and what they can do to support populations. But ultimately, they will have to have a real think about what these visions are supposed to be delivering and whether they're still appropriate for the current situation and the future outlook of these nations. These plans are reliant not just on sovereign wealth fund investment and domestic government investment, but also international overseas investment. And we haven't yet seen enough to tell us how negatively impacted that side of the equation will be. Will international investors still want to invest here? We think so. But to what extent? What kind of rate of return will they need to still be able to put their money in this region? These are all going to have to kind of work into what these governments are thinking. And as we said already with the question about Qatar, it makes more sense than ever for these countries to try to diversify their economies even more than they have thought about it in the past.
Yeah, certainly the upshot is now. I was going to ask you about foreign direct investment inflows, actually, because, I mean, you've kind of answered the question. The Gulf's long been seen as a safe haven for capital. The Straits of Hormuz, the Straits effectively closed at the moment. To what extent, and I know, again, it is too early to tell, but what is there an expectation rather than, we think that a capital will still flow into the region? Is there a wait and see at the moment from investors externally?
Well, I think, no, some of the investors have already started to move, but more so the fast money rather than the longer term structural investors. I think they will be sitting there and waiting and seeing. And what I mean by fast money, I'm talking about the equity markets. Yeah. You can clearly see in the Dubai index, there is a breakdown between who's buying and who's selling. And it's very clear that foreign investors are pulling out of the market. And to some extent, some of that is being offset by domestic Arab investors, which is good news. That shows that there's a lot of confidence domestically, at least. But that split is very clear to see.
We're seeing, from what I read, sovereign wealth funds, the likes of PIF or Mubadala, becoming more active domestically. To what extent are they now acting as economic stabilizers to offset this, what we're seeing in the private sector, the slowdown that we're seeing?
Well, I mean, that's been their role for a number of years now, but we've not really seen a great deal of activity quite just yet. Again, a lot of the focus has been much more general operations, safeguarding, and really thinking about financial stability of the sector. So, for example, for the UAE, there's been a new package that's just been unveiled to make sure there's enough liquidity in the banking sector, because there are some international concerns in particular about, well, if enough expats leave, will that reduce the amount of deposits and liquidity within the banking system and therefore potentially lead to a bit of a liquidity crisis? Or could there be a dollar funding crisis at some point? These are some of the questions that are coming up at this stage. And I think it's perfectly right for authorities to step in and say, actually, we've got plenty of capital. The banks are well capitalized. And in case there is a requirement for additional capital, we have it here and we're offering it.
I should point out again, for anybody that's maybe just switched on and is listening or watching now, you're not breaking news here. You're looking, this is analysis on your part, just to make that clear. The Instagram reels later will get that kind of response, as we know. There is a slowdown, of course, and we do need to face the issues that the tourism sector is facing and will continue to face for some time. But, areas of trade, areas of investment, of course. But what signs of slowdown are you considering in particular?
Well, we're looking at traffic, for example. We're looking at the situation with hotels, travel and tourism, as already mentioned. There's not a lot of freely available data that's out there, but we can observe. It's very straightforward to see. Yeah. Now, we've just had the Eid holiday weekend, and so maybe demand was a little bit stronger than normal for the period. So it'll be interesting to see how, for example, prices of hotels will respond in the next few weeks, whether they start to come down to try to help lift occupancy rates, because we know that they're very low at this point in time. In terms of flights, we're slowly starting to see a recovery in the number of flights coming in and out of the region, particularly the ones that are the closest to the conflict at the moment. We're about 40 to 50% of normal capacity at this stage. So again, tracking whatever indicators we've got that we can see. But we're also starting to see more and more signs that companies are starting to let people go because they haven't been able to force through pay cuts in the way that they'd hoped. And that's natural. When you're seeing your business dry up, you're going to have to respond by trying to cut costs in order to survive.
We're going to be talking about that later this morning. We have a legal expert coming in to talk about exactly that, employment law. Logistics as a sector has had to come up with innovative ways, new ways to keep things moving. Data shows a massive trend towards overland trade. We heard from the CEO of DHL yesterday. From an economist's viewpoint, from your viewpoint, how much does this kind of inefficiency, trucking cargo rather than shipping it, what does that cost the economy, the regional economy, in terms of maybe percentage points of growth?
It's hard to put an estimate on it at this point in time. There's not been that much in terms of cost being passed on yet, because I think what the logistic companies are doing at the moment is they're trying to clear the initial backlog that's been built up since the start of the crisis. So if you had something that was supposed to be shipped by air initially, it may now be on the back of a truck making its way to you. And so that initial cost has essentially been borne by the logistic companies. But I suspect that in time, it will start to take away a little bit from the region because, of course, those costs will start to pile up and will be passed on eventually to consumers in some way, shape or form.
I've got lots of reasonably quick-fire questions for you here, but the answers are probably not as quick-fire, I'm guessing. Azad, let me just ask you broadly how, from your perspective again, how are governments in the GCC responding from a fiscal or a policy perspective? Let's run through, I guess, the GCC. Your thoughts?
There have been some support packages, but at the moment, like I said, it's all very early. At the end of the day, anybody who's worked in government, as I have, know that you can put out very quick policy support measures if you choose to, but to have a well-designed package that's properly funded, well-targeted, it takes time. And even when you announce it, it then takes time to work as well. So it's understandable. Now, we've seen, for example, support for tourism, support for families, various businesses getting some support as well. But for the time being, I think there's a lot of wait and see going on.
From where we are now at this point, what are the implications for inflation and the cost of living in the region?
So we are adding 0.2 percentage points to our CPI forecast. So not too much. We're only looking for GCC CPI to hit about 2.5% for this year. Now, yeah, that's up on last year. It's understandable, but it's not a major upgrade on the whole. And that's because we still have quite a lot of price controls across the region, especially for food and essential goods. So that should keep a cap on inflation rates. But the other side of things, typically when we shock our global models, we find that inflation goes down, not up, especially when GDP is negatively impacted. So in that sense, you can understand why we don't really have a lot of inflation coming through in the GCC in itself. Although I will say that we would expect slightly higher inflation pressure over the coming years after that, because one thing that we are expecting to see is probably a little bit less availability of staffing going forward, and that might drive costs a little bit higher.
You mentioned models there. What scenarios are you modelling? I mean, if tension was to escalate further or not, I mean, what kinds of models could you describe?
Well, we do all our modelling, including this forecast, using our global economic model. It's a major, big model, which is one of the reasons why Oxford Economics has grown from such a small company out of Oxford since the 1980s. It's widely used amongst many companies and governments around the world. But what we could think about in terms of how things could be worse, well, we could talk about the length of time in terms of the length of the war, which of course we've just extended, and then you can also think about the seriousness. So another risk that we're currently considering is what could happen in the Red Sea. So the Houthis in Yemen have in the past threatened essentially the blockade of the Red Sea, which would have a very big negative impact now because Saudi Arabia is very reliant on the Red Sea for its oil and gas exports. A lot of the pipeline, the east-west pipeline that they're using, is helping to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. But if that was to be closed, then that would have a really big negative impact, not just on Saudi Arabia and the wider GCC, but actually the rest of the world as well, because oil prices would dramatically spike up in that scenario.
Okay. It's fascinating. What are the indicators that that we should be watching most closely over, let's say, for example, the next 3 months or so?
So it's the usual economic indicators, the business indicators, as and when they are published. So for us, top of the agenda, typically some of the business survey sentiment surveys. So the PMIs, the Purchasing Managers Indices, are good, fast-moving indicators that we can track for business sentiment. But at the moment, I think we're also thinking about things like tourism. So number of flights, occupancy rates for hotels. These kind of indicators, I think, are going to be very powerful for the region. And then eventually, when we start getting things like GDP and impact on industrial production, then we'll have a better idea of how much damage overall. But for the time being, it's some of the surveys, I think they're going to be faster and more interesting.
How should businesses operating in the GCC be considering risk in an environment like this?
Well, I think they have to be thinking more broadly about how long this level of disruption will last and the availability of liquidity for them, because ultimately they need financing to survive, and at the same time they need their own business to be doing business to stay afloat. So they need to be thinking about, well, how long can this go on for before they need to start making changes, or should they start making changes straight away? We're not business consultants. It's not really for us to advise on. But in terms of the overall economic impact, clearly it's going to be quite significant for some countries, less so for others.
Millions of questions coming from lots of different areas. I apologize, but there's so much to ask you and limited time. We've got a couple of minutes, but you've mentioned Qatar, obviously, the obvious question to ask you, because everybody looks at interviews like this, watches, listens to things like this, and asks about their own position, where they are in the world. But which GCC country is the most affected by the tensions?
Well, let's run through it. So we said Qatar, 17.1 percentage point downgrade there. Kuwait, 10.2 percentage point downgrade. And then Bahrain, 7 percentage point downgrade there. So those are the three that are most impacted because they have no way of rerouting any of their exports, really. Qatar is the worst because they can't even store it. So they have had to just fully shut down. And of course, they've had some more meaningful impact more recently with some of the strikes there. The UAE, though, minus 4.5 percentage points. So some ability to divert away, but the tourism, of course, is very important for Dubai's economy and will have a big impact there. Saudi, minus 1.7 percentage points. And we already said Oman only minus 0.3. So quite a big range, and really just comes down to the overall impact on their exports and also domestic economy.
It's genuinely fascinating. I'm nodding along and trying to take this all in, but I appreciate you coming back. That's all the time we have, unfortunately. Azad Tangana is the head of GCC Macroeconomic Analysis at Oxford Economics, joining us this morning. Azad, thank you.
Thank you.
Do appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 11 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The UAE has announced fuel prices for April. Local media reports that petrol and diesel rates will change in line with global oil trends. Fuel prices are reviewed monthly by the UAE Fuel Price Committee. They're linked to international crude markets. Fuel costs have been rising in many countries as oil prices remain volatile. Despite the increase, UAE fuel prices remain relatively competitive compared to several other countries. The changes come as global energy markets continue to react to geopolitical tensions and supply concerns. Gold price rose for second day today after U.S. Fed comments and a report that U.S. President Donald Trump is willing to end the Iran war without reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Bullion jumped over 2% to near $4,560 an ounce before easing slightly. The Wall Street Journal says President Trump is willing to end the U.S. military campaign against Iran. That's even if the Strait of Hormuz stays largely closed. Fed Chair Jerome Powell said that long-term inflation remains under control. He added that the central bank is in a good place to wait and see. Falling Treasury yields also helped gold, while markets still expect less than one rate cut this year. Fuel prices in the U.S. have climbed sharply amid global energy disruptions. Reuters reports that the national average price of gasoline has risen above $4 per gallon for the first time since 2022. The increase is linked to the ongoing Iran war, which has disrupted global oil supply chains. Key shipping routes, including the Strait of Hormuz, have been affected, raising concerns over supply shortages. Oil prices have surged past $100 a barrel, adding further pressure on fuel costs. A recent report shows many U.S. households are already feeling the financial impact of higher prices. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading at $67,402 and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.62 Indian rupees, 76.08 Pakistani rupees, 33.52 Bangladeshi taka, 16.53 Philippine peso, 14.85 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.84 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, which is mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
This is the morning drive. Coming up, legal aspects of our life here in the UAE is another edition of the Fine Print. Today, parents are now responsible for their children's online safety, even during distance learning, as distance learning has been extended for another couple of weeks here in Dubai in the UAE as well. That's coming up next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the morning drive. It's the fine print this time. The UAE's tightened the rules around the digital lives of children. The legal responsibility is firmly placed on parents when it comes to actively monitoring how the children use technology. At the same time, distance learning continues to shape how students and teachers and families interact online. News this morning, it's been extended for a couple more weeks as well. I think it's April the 17th. That's the directive from the KHDA. So what happens anyway when these two worlds of digital monitoring and distance learning come together? What does the law expect from parents and educators, and what are the practical steps that need to be taken to stay compliant and protect children in this increasingly digital classroom world in which we live? Raymond Kismani is a partner at Davidson & Co. He's our legal eagle expert, man who knows everything about the law. And he's here. I lost it right at the end there.
What a compliment there.
Almost got there.
The legal eagle.
The
I
legal
like that.
eagle. Do you remember that movie? It was Deborah Winger, and yeah, it was like
It was,
80s or something.
was
it
that
Robert Redford?
87 or?
Must be around the mid-80s
Yeah.
somewhere, yeah. I remember the splash of it at the time. I never watched it, but I remember the title.
I'm a
So I
big fan
always use
of
it when I talk to a
my
lawyer.
80s films. My dad was a huge fan of all things sort of Rambo and Steven Seagal and that sort of era of those kind of martial arts
I have to
themed
say,
80s.
Steven Seagal, Mark for Death. That was a great,
That was a good one.
complete
And
rubbish,
basically
but-
all of the Jean-Claude Van Damme movies, which
Oh.
are effectively the exact same plot, but just in a different setting.
Yeah, they are. I mean, if you just now you could do that so much cheaper as well. You could just
Oh,
green
God, yeah.
screen it, and you
Yeah.
wouldn't have to, just I put the Eiffel Tower in the
Oh,
background.
The good old times.
They should come to us for advice on movies, shouldn't
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that should be the next episode is all things movie law.
they? It's already an episode because Michael's cut that for Instagram. Just before we jump in, Raymond, you can contact the show by WhatsApping us, whatsapp.mira.fm. You can email info@mira.fm or find us on Instagram, mirabusiness.fm. So, down to business. Today, the legal risks, the responsibilities, the real-world implications of digital safety in the UAE. And I wanted to start, if you would, with what the UAE digital safety law actually requires from parents.
Yeah, this is a big one. And it's very close to my heart, given that I've got three youngsters, 9, 5, and 3, which are very iPad dependent, shall we say.
Sure, I can imagine.
So, I mean, and this sort of follows also, if we kind of take a step back, of many other countries, for example, Australia being a huge one, of passing similar tightening restrictions around all things related to children and online, because we're seeing huge effects of what is happening here. So there is real necessity there. So this is a federal law, number 26 of 2025, and it's regarding child digital safety. So encompassing kind of all things related to how children are behaving and acting online, and it sort of tries to create a shared network of responsibility for all caretakers of children.
Right.
So that is parents, teachers, and schools. So what does the actual digital safety law require? It requires effective behavior and controls that each party has to place to ensure that the child is protected while they are online. Because, and this is a reality for all kids these days, is that basically from about year one, they are having one of these devices.
For sure, absolutely.
And they are needing it for all things related to school. And it's even more so when it comes to distance learning now, which is, we're going into almost a month of it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's a requirement in lots of schools that, at certain points kids have a laptop of a certain description, and, there is heavy reliance on iPad in earlier years, iPads in earlier years, or tablets, I guess. Other iPads and tablets are available.
Yeah, I mean, kids are sort of around the age of 5 or 6 expected to have a device for school purposes.
Yeah.
I mean, to put that in context, it was, I think, I remember being one of the first people to take a laptop to class, and that was in my final year of university. And I was, really ahead of my time there. But,
you were. Do you know, I go back a little bit further than you, and if you were even anywhere near a computer of any description, the bullies came out at that point. It was unacceptable in that. How times have changed, though.
Well, I mean, it's really interesting because, I remember when I started university, just to sort of date myself, this would have been 2003. I was one of the first people that I knew from the first years that actually had a laptop. And when I say laptop to the kids listening out there, I mean, this thing, is technically a laptop, but I mean, I think you could do like squat thrusts with it or something. Everybody else had desktops, and I was really kind of ahead of the curve. But I mean, it's really insane how quickly that generational shift has been there. But anyways.
It is. Look, so when the law says parents have to monitor a child's activity online, what does that monitoring realistically mean day to day?
So in simple terms, what the law is saying that parents and other legal caregivers for children, they can't be passive observers of what their child is doing online. Right. There is now what we would call an affirmative legal duty, i.e. a positive action that you have to take to supervise that activity. This means monitoring the child's digital activity, using parental controls on devices, making sure the child is using platforms that are age appropriate, protecting the child's privacy and their personal data, and educating the child about safe and responsible online usage. And obviously, if there's anything that gives rise to harmful content, to report it to the appropriate authorities. So there is now kind of a positive action that is being required especially from parents in this circumstance, which are often the device owners. They're the ones that bought that perspective. So it is not. It's not just sort of a legal position of be sensible. It is more a position of take active, positive, practical steps.
So, and that extends to distance learning as well, I guess. The onus is still on the parents to monitor a child's activity when they're learning from a distance, i.e. at school, but at home.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's a really interesting one because distance learning is obviously they are using the device and they are using it for educational purposes at home. So that doesn't switch off the parent's legal responsibility. Right. If anything, it makes it more immediate and more involved because the child is online for educational purposes for a sustained period of time, and they're interacting through devices, platforms, and communication channels, which can expose them to technical, behavioral, and privacy risks. Sure. So the remote learning framework now expressly expects parents to effectively to adhere to the school schedule, but also to facilitate access to the device and the platforms. They have to reinforce that responsible digital behavior, and they have to communicate with schools when that support is needed. So in a distance learning setting, we would say that the parent's digital safety legal duty and the parent's educational support role kind of overlap with each other.
Yeah, okay. So if you were to put it in terms of a protocol, you're using systems that a school would use. There are lots of different platforms and programs. My wife's a teacher and she uses a platform called Seesaw
Yeah.
very regularly, and that's an interactive platform and she can mark work and everything else. But how is the exposure if, for example, something goes wrong during an online class or on a school platform? How exposed are parents in that case? Because there are downtimes between sessions that, children may hop off the Seesaw platform, whatever platform
And go
they
on
use,
YouTube
and all of
or-
a sudden they're on YouTube.
Yeah,
looking
exactly.
at,
So I mean, I think the facts of the situation are often what matters here. The law doesn't say that a parent is strictly liable for anything. What it does say is that the parent has defined obligations to monitor that digital activity, to use parental controls. So, for example, apps that they shouldn't be on are controlled by the parent.
Right.
To have privacy controls on the iPad or device, whatever it may be. So if there is a serious issue that arises, and it's clear that the parent ignored those obligations entirely, they didn't have any parental controls on the device, they didn't have any age appropriate settings on there, etc. Then there is the potential for legal exposure to the parent. And likewise, if the issue stems from a school side platform failure, if there's weak access controls, if there's poor moderation, or if the educator is mishandling an incident, then there is responsibility that would sit with the school. So the correct legal answer is frankly it's very fact specific, and there's often a shared responsibility among those three participants, which is the parent, the school, and the teacher.
I was going to say that because it seems as though there's an element of that, but it ultimately comes down, does it not?
There we go.
There's another one going off there. To parents in the end. That's where ultimately this comes down to, in terms of distance learning, doesn't it? Because a child is not at school. It's really a parent's job to monitor as much as they can when your child's in class at home.
Yeah, and I guess even if they are at school, the device needs to have already those adequate controls on it, because if they are in school, but let's say the device doesn't have any parental controls on it, and they can access any app, any chat room, whatever it may be, then they would be using the school's Wi-Fi effectively to be accessing things that are not age appropriate. So again, even if they are physically in school, but the device has not been set for correct parameters in that privacy controls, parental controls,
right,
then it would fall onto the parents that they haven't taken that active step. So it is really the big picture here is that the law is saying, the child is a minor. The child needs to be looked after and to be cared for. Same in the physical world, right?
Sure.
So it is expected that whoever is interacting with the child, be it the parent, the school, the teacher, that they are exercising that same level and duty of care that you would in the physical world, but they are doing it in the digital world.
That's a good way of remembering it, actually. So the digital and the physical world, in this case, in terms of parental responsibility, they collide, don't they?
Well,
essentially,
it's really interesting because I'm sort of one of that last generation that where parents knew that if you were at home, you were safe. I mean, unless you were about to burn the stove or something like that. But not that I ever did that. But
I've got a feeling there's a story there somewhere, but we'll come back to that.
Yeah. But in today's world, we're often very, very often over protective of the physical world, and we're extremely lax for the digital world. And your child can literally be sitting next to you and doing something even way more harmful online and not knowing about it than they could be in the physical world. And that's what's really, really frightening about all this.
That's a really stark reminder, to be fair. It really is so important to monitor. What about obligations that schools have under remote learning rules? Because this is a situation that has extended. We're not sure if this is going to be till the end of term, but there are 2 more weeks of remote learning under this new directive.
Yeah, so the key obligations, so under the current framework that has been passed with this law, schools are expected to establish clear communication guidelines and channels. They are to regularly share that remote learning schedules, support teachers who are planning these lessons and conducting these lessons from a distance online, and to monitor students' engagement as to how all of this is going. And throughout all this is to ensure that the platforms and the devices are being used in a safe manner. So the guidance is emphasizing that student well-being above just the general learning actions is most important. So it is an expectation to follow up with students showing reduced engagement, for example, staying in contact with parents, guiding families on sort of healthy home study habits, etc. And there's also an expectation that you support continues especially for students of determination, where adapted learning material is required. So a school's obligation aren't just limited to merely putting up a class on Zoom. They extend to safeguarding continuity, communications, and inclusion. Again, in a very similar way that it would be going on if they were all physically in school. It's obviously significantly more challenging because instead of having 20 kids in the same room, you've got them in 20 different places.
I can attest to that from experience at home, from she who must be obeyed. If a child misuses a device during online classes, during remote learning, who's accountable in that case?
Yeah, I think again it depends on what happened, how it happened, and why it happened. If a child is using the device to disrupt an online class, if they're accessing inappropriate content, if they're recording others, if they're bullying, or if they're just generally misusing the school's systems, then the child may face school disciplinary consequences under the codes that the school is operating.
Okay.
So, but also, the adults are to be around with the child, depending on the age of the child again. But they may come under scrutiny as well, because if there's a failure to supervise, if there's not those adequate controls on the device itself that is permitting this behavior, then the parents have responsibility with that sense. So so again, I mean the accountability is layered here depending on the facts. It could be disciplinary on the student for what they've done. It could be the supervisory role of the parent, and the safeguarding and the governance from the school side, depending on what the infraction was.
Okay. Have you got a little bit more time? Because we've got to go to the news. But I've got loads more questions I wanted to put to you. And this is news today, obviously, as we said, right at the end of March, that online learning is going to continue. Just quickly before the news, for any parent listening or watching at the moment, what should they be doing now? If somebody sat there thinking, should be doing more. Obviously this is a legal obligation as well as a responsibility to my child. What more should a parent be doing?
a parent 100% grab that device and go into the settings, if it's an iPad, if it's an Android, whatever it may be, and find the parental controls. And if you don't know how to do that, go on YouTube or on Google and try to find out how you can make sure that apps are controlled. Again, you have to do this within the age appropriateness of the child. So apps that they shouldn't be on, age content that they shouldn't be having access to, those are the important things. And seeing what kind of privacy controls that you could be put on in terms of preventing a child from being online, interacting with complete strangers.
Yeah. And if you're a parent that thinks my child wouldn't do that, check yourself.
Yes, and also that's also not going to fly on the legal sense if to say I trusted my child and I was disappointed.
That's a very good point. We're talking to Raymond Kiswani. He's a partner at Davidson and Company, and it's the fine print this morning is that parents are responsible for their child's online safety, even during distance learning. More questions to come up after the news. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 11:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The UAE has strengthened the scope of corporate credit reports. The Emirates news agency says the Ittihad Credit Bureau will now include fines, employee wages, and pension information in company credit files. Officials say the updated reports will give banks and lenders a more complete view of the business's financial health. Records of the unpaid fines and pension obligations can now affect a company's credit score. The move is designed to support transparency. It also helps banks make more informed lending decisions across the UAE. Business owners are being urged to ensure compliance with all financial and reporting requirements. The UAE has announced fuel prices for April. Local media reports that petrol and diesel rates will change in line with global oil trends. Fuel prices are reviewed monthly by the UAE Fuel Price Committee. They are linked to international crude markets. This month, Super 98 will cost over 3 dirhams a litre compared to 2.59 dirhams in March. Special 95 petrol will cost over 3 dirhams per litre as well compared to the current rate of 2.48 dirhams. E plus 91 petrol prices will cost over 3 dirhams per litre as well compared to the previous rate of 2.40 dirhams a litre. Diesel will be charged at 4.69 dirhams a litre compared to the current rate of 2.72 dirhams. Gold rose for second day today after U.S. Fed comments and a report that U.S. President Donald Trump is willing to end the Iran war without reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Bullion jumped over 2% to near $4,560 an ounce before easing slightly. The Wall Street Journal says President Trump is willing to end the U.S. military campaign against Iran that's even if the Strait of Hormuz stays largely closed. Fed Chair Jerome Powell said that long-term inflation remains under control, and he added the central bank is in a good place to wait and see. Falling Treasury yields also helped gold, while markets still expect less than one rate cut this year. Global oil prices have surged as tensions in the Middle East continue to rise. Brent crude jumped about 3% overnight, and it moved above $115 a barrel. Prices later eased slightly. They're now at around $113. However, oil is still on track for its biggest monthly gain on record. Stock markets in Asia fell sharply. Japan's Nikkei dropped nearly 3%. South Korea's Kospi also closed about 3% lower. Analysts say that rising tensions and supply fears are driving oil prices higher, and they're also increasing the market volatility. That's the news for now. Follow more news on X and our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
It's the Morning Drive. We are with Raymond Kiswani. He is a partner at Davidson & Co. Our legal expert is back. And today we're talking about this, the UAE tightening the rules around the digital lives of children, and legal responsibility is placed firmly upon the parents to actively monitor how their children use technology. At the same time, distance learning is continuing for another 2 weeks at the moment, and that's continuing to shape how students and teachers and families interact online. That's the thrust of the discussion. Where were we? We were talking about practical steps, Raymond, that parents should take right now to stay compliant with the law, and the things that parents need to be doing. Get hold of that device and make sure that parental controls are in place, was your advice there. Very important to do. Any specific tools or controls or documentation, any more details that parents should know and should have, in place?
Yeah, I think at a bare minimum, parents should have device level parental controls activated.
Yeah.
They should have app store restrictions on what can be downloaded. Make sure that the privacy settings are checked and appropriate for the age of the child that is using the device, and making sure that there's content filtering for what content can be accessed on that device. I would also say to check the child's school platform to make sure that there is supervision on that dashboard where it's appropriate, and obviously ask the school what sort of access or inaccess is available there. The law specifically refers to parental control tools and even contemplates tools that link caregiver. I think that the situation is all fine now.
The situation is real-time alert.
Exactly. Luckily, we're inside. To make sure that there isn't that automatic disabling that a child can do. So effectively, it's all related around what access a child has. From a risk management perspective, I would also say that parents should keep a basic record of the steps they have taken, screenshots of settings, for example, that they've set in place. Having a conversation with the child on what is expected, on what the family policy is in terms of how you are using this device, and whatever sort of copies of emails from the school that discusses the digital access concern. So I mean those are kind of the basic stuff that I would say. I mean, the law doesn't expressly require parents to have a compliance file, if you will, but it's always important to have evidence of the steps that you've taken to ensure that the child is safe, and also just from your own kind of world. I mean, again, this is your child. The same conversations that you would have with the child on how to be safe in the physical world.
Yeah.
Let's have that in the digital world.
Well, exactly, and actually, a compliance file might be quite a useful thing to. You know what it's like. We have 1 million passwords. There's 1 million ways of logging into different sites. Just to remember what you've done and how you can remain compliant is an important point in this case. I think that's fair to say. How should teachers, in your view, your experience, handle situations where they might suspect unsafe or inappropriate digital behavior? Because all kids are different.
Yeah, I mean, teachers really should treat it as a safeguarding matter, not just as a kind of a classroom management issue. This means documenting what was observed, escalating it through the school's designated safeguarding channels, preserving any evidence that they have in line with the school's policy, and informing the appropriate safeguarding and leadership personnel within the school. I wouldn't advise teachers to sort of conduct their own informal investigation beyond what is necessary to maintain a safe learning environment.
Sure.
The law's framework contemplates coordination among authorities and schools on digital safety awareness and the reporting mechanisms. So within a remote learning guidance, there's the expectation that the school's also going to monitor the engagement of the child, to maintain communication with parents, and to follow up on the child's well-being.
Yeah.
So the correct teacher response is prompt escalation, proper record keeping, and following the official procedures that are outlined.
Okay. Well, what kinds of mistakes are maybe parents and schools making? What have you seen, or are you aware of in this space?
Yeah, I think it depends on each of those three groups: the parent, the teacher, and the school. For parents, I think the biggest mistake is either not being technically savvy enough, or just assuming that digital safety is optional, or they're just sort of generally aware of what the child is doing, or they're just not technically savvy enough to be able to do those controls. None of those are going to be good excuses if anything goes wrong. Under the law, it's not just enough to say I trust my child, or I've had a conversation with my child.
Yeah.
There again, there's the expectation now that it is a positive, active supervision and taking positive action to maintain parental controls. There is the expectation that it is a positive action. It's not sort of just a passive manner of dealing with things.
There needs to be I mean, I hate to use kind of legal terms. They're probably not legal terms, but you know what I mean? Protocol in place, a policy in place.
Yeah.
There has to be an active
But again,
position.
Again, I sort of go back to the idea of what we do in the physical world. I mean, I would think that any parent would hold their kid's hand while you're crossing the street, depending on their age, obviously. Have conversations on stranger danger. Have those discussions on how far you can go on your bike. Putting on a helmet. All of those conversations around the physical world. And the controls that we put around how we ensure that our child is safe in the physical world, we need to adapt them to the digital world, because they are spending so much time on it.
Yeah.
And it is infinitely more dangerous to their mind and to their well-being than often the physical world, maybe.
And you bring up a good point, actually, that some parents struggle with the tech aspects, or being aware of just how dangerous it is and how you can control that. But the point that you need to make is, well, unfortunately, you have to learn how to do it. You are responsible for this. My wife said something to me yesterday. She said somebody came online with her after one of the classes, or I think wrote her an email actually after, and said, "Oh, Mrs. Elliott, I'm learning so much this week," because they were so actively involved.
Yeah.
And clearly, as a parent, you've forgotten lots of what you learned at school. But it's the same. It's being engaged in learning and understanding. Actually, I have to do this.
Yeah, I mean, again, and there's many tools to be able to use on how to set those controls, on what is best practices. I mean, there's tons of information there, and it's just sort of accessing that right information. But again, that's the expectation of the parent, is to have a device that is safe for the child to use, with all the proper controls for it. For schools, the biggest mistake, I would say, is treating remote learning as purely an academic exercise, instead of it being both an academic and a safeguarding environment issue. It's potentially failing to give clear guidance to parents, relying on unofficial or sort of poorly controlled communication channels rather than being there, and obviously making sure that there is documentary evidence to that. So I mean, the law and the framework are are both pointing in the same direction, that there needs to be structure, supervision, and documentation for parents, schools, teachers.
Okay, so those are kind of the obligations. That's the position, the responsibility. That's where it lies. What about penalties if you fail to comply with, digital safety?
Yeah, I mean, there are, again, the teeth here is the enforcement angle, and the law expressly provides for administrative penalties, but the actual schedule of penalties hasn't yet been issued by the cabinet regulations. So, as of today, the law is clearly establishing liability exposure,
okay,
and there's going to be an enforcement architecture there, but it doesn't have specific fixed fines in place to date. But at the same time, the law says that it's not going to prejudice other rights and other penalties under other statutes that may come into play in terms of harmful content involving children, which can obviously trigger much more serious consequences under wider criminal liability potentially.
Okay.
So the safest way to say it is that there is a legal risk, and there is the enforcement framework is in place. So we shouldn't really assume that this is just a guidance note. This is a law with enforcement teeth to it.
It really depends, doesn't it, on the specific incident, I guess, who it affects, who it impacts. There's a picture to build here, isn't
Yeah, it's going to be fact specific, and it's going to be a shared responsibility depending on what those facts are.
Right.
Is it purely on the parent? Is it purely on the school? Is it a shared incident? And what mechanisms are there to protect everyone?
Okay. What about in terms of the age of the minor? Whether it's, I don't know, if it had what's the difference between it? How does it impact teenagers versus younger?
Well,
children?
the law has defined a child as anyone under the age of 18.
Okay.
So it applies across the board from anybody under the age of 18. It also, though, repeatedly recognizes that controls are going to differ based on the age of the child. Because obviously the controls that you're going to have for a 17-year-old are going to be different than a 5-year-old. So there is that expectation, and the legal duty is going to be based on the child's age, but the method of supervision is also going to differ. So it really is age appropriate behavior that the child needs to have.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about distance learning and how, I mean, it's very hard for people. It's something that you, as a parent, you have to deal with, and it's hard if you're working. Maybe you're working remotely, you're in and out. I mean, it's a very tough thing to handle. If you can't constantly supervise your children online, what advice would you give? Because not easy.
Yeah, I mean, again, the expectation is not that you have to sit next to the child the entire time. Again, this is all going to be sort of age appropriate because, a 4-year-old is probably going to require an adult sitting next to them to be able to do the actions on the device to participate just because of their age, whereas a 10-year-old isn't. So, but again, even if it is a 13-year-old that is doing the online distance learning, I think it would be unreasonable to think that you need to sit next to that 13-year-old to be supervising them. However, the device should be tailored for a 13-year-old in terms of that parental control, in terms of those privacy settings, etc. So again, it's going to depend on the child's age and what they are appropriate for, but it's not an expectation that you are literally sitting next to the child unless it is warranted or it's deemed necessary based on their age.
Okay. And a final question, or maybe a couple more questions, actually. Depends what pops into my head. But what about in terms of enforcement? Do you expect further enforcement? Do you expect things to ramp up? Do you expect an increase in enforcement? What do you? I'm asking you what you foresee. I think.
I mean, the law is going to have a few additional things that are going to be set up as part of it, which are still in the works, and those are going to be in the way of cabinet guidelines. There's going to be a digital committee, in effect, that's going to be set up under the ministry. So there's a lot more that is going to come out of this law than just these parameters. So it's going to be sort of more of a digital safety ecosystem, if you will.
Okay.
The structure of the law would strongly suggest that the UAE intends for there to be an active regulatory space, not just a symbolic one. The law is going to establish what is going to be called a Child Digital Safety Council, which is going to place obligations on platforms themselves, internet service providers, so online websites, social media platforms, etc. It's going to place those administrative enforcements on them, and penalties for any breaches of that. It's going to require more awareness and coordination and reporting mechanisms across the board from all parties that are associated with what happens online, effectively. Specifically on the education side, with the current remote learning framework, it's going to show that authorities expect compliance to be operationalized now, because this law is in force and we are distance learning. So it's not some sort of distant point in the future. So the expectation I would see is that there's going to be an increasing scrutiny, clearer implementing regulations, and stronger expectations that parents and schools and teachers and platforms have to show safeguarding online.
It's a lot to take in, isn't it? But I think the point you made earlier, and this kind of resonated, another phrase I use far too often, but it fits in this case. It's to treat the digital world as you would the physical world when it comes to being responsible for your kids. And there's really not much of a dividing line there, is there? As you hand-holding your small child across the road, it's the same on a digital road, for want of a better analogy.
Yeah, it's also, I mean, if we stop and pause and think about the amount of regulation that is trying to keep us safe every day. We regulate speeds on the roads. We regulate the cars that we can drive. We're sitting here in a studio right now. I mean, there are tons of regulations involved, from how many smoke detectors there are, how many fire exits there are.
There's electrical safety.
Fire safety.
The ban on
air
coffee
safety.
cups in the
Exactly.
studio.
We were here and we got a bunch of alerts.
There you go.
Those are keeping us safe. Right. So all of those are based on various regulations and laws. How many times the elevator gets inspected, and how many, what kind of weight it can hold. Right. So there's all this level of regulation and laws meant to keep all of us physically safe. And, the unfortunate thing is that law is always playing catch up with the real world.
Yeah.
And we have become extremely digital in everything that we do in a very, very short amount of time in our lifespan. And so we're effectively trying to play catch up with it. And that's what this is trying to do.
Pretty much rounds things off, I think. Raymond Kiswani is a partner at Davidson & Co., looking today at parental responsibility for their children's safety online in the digital space. We are, as you say, Raymond, playing catch up. But that's the fine print today. Appreciate your time.
Anytime.
Good to have you here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
Good afternoon. It's 12 p.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The UAE has announced fuel prices for April. Local media reports that petrol and diesel rates will change in line with global oil trends. Fuel prices are reviewed monthly by UAE Fuel Price Committee. They are linked to international crude markets. Super 98 will cost over 3 dirhams a litre compared to 2.59 dirhams in March. Special 95 will cost 3.28 dirhams compared to the 2.48 dirhams in March. E plus 91 will cost over 3 dirhams as well, compared to the previous rate of over 2 dirhams a litre. Diesel will be charged at over 4 dirhams a litre, compared to the rate of March, which was over 2 dirhams. And now moving on, global oil prices have surged as tensions in the Middle East continue to rise. Brent crude jumped about 3% overnight. It moved above $115 a barrel. Prices later eased slightly. They're now at around $113. However, oil is still on track for the biggest monthly gain on record. Stock markets in Asia fell sharply. Japan's Nikkei dropped nearly 3%. South Korea's Kospi also closed at about 3% lower. Analysts say rising tensions and supply fears are driving oil prices higher. They're also increasing market volatility. Fuel prices in the U.S. have climbed sharply amid global energy disruptions. Reuters report says the national average price of gasoline has risen above $4 per gallon for the first time since 2022. The increase is linked to the ongoing Iran war, which has disrupted global oil supply chains. Key shipping routes, including the Strait of Hormuz, have been affected, raising concerns over supply shortages. Oil prices have surged past $100 a barrel, adding further pressure on fuel costs. A recent poll shows many U.S. households are already feeling the financial impact of higher prices. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at 67,326 US dollars. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.62 Indian rupees, 76.08 Pakistani rupees, 33.52 Bangladeshi taka, 16.53 Philippine peso, 14.85 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.84 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. The headlines, the experts, the conversations that matter. Daybreak on Mira Business FM.
Good afternoon. This is Midday Majlis with myself, Sahar Mushtaq, on Mira Business FM, where conversations connect and ideas come alive right at midday. So before we dive in, remember you can catch us live on YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, and of course on Telegram, and our podcast is available on all your favorite platforms. Today on the show, we'll talk about sleep, which is your body's natural reset button. Sleep is harder to get these days with constant news alerts, work notifications coming in as some of us are working from home, and the uncertainty in the world around us. Many of us struggle to rest properly these days, from children and teenagers facing school pressures, to parents balancing home and work, to adults navigating stressful jobs or working from home. Stress is affecting our sleep more than we realize. So on Midday Majlis on Mira Business FM, today we thought of talking to Dr. Mohammed Nami, an associate professor, cognitive neuroscience and neuropsychology at the School of Health Sciences and Psychology at Canadian University, Dubai, to help us understand how stress and uncertainty impact sleep and share the practical tips to rest better, even in these challenging times. We're so glad to have you on our show, Dr. Nami.
Thank you so much. Same here. I'm so glad to be here. And as you indicated, Ms. Sahar, it's a pretty essential, very, very important aspect of our health when it refers to sleep and sleep integrity. And in terms of the sleep integrity and sleep efficiency, we got three main pillars to tap into. Number one is the duration of sleep, how much we catch up sleep. Number two is the quality of sleep. And number three is the timing. So efficiency of sleep relates to the quantity, quality, and timing. For the timing, we refer to it as circadian rhythm, which is like wake, sleep cycle, right? Mm-hmm. And there is like a counterbalance between different aspects of that, like wakefulness, sleep, and on the other hand, we have arousability, tranquility. So they need to be on the, quite a well balanced. When the balance is not there, then we'll feel that it will be negatively affecting our mental health. And mental health is what? It's health, right?
It is. And
that has been pretty well documented, as you said, as per the empirical research, that when we're under stress, sleep fragmentation has become pretty, like a prevalent thing. And also we will find difficulty in falling asleep and maintaining sleep. And it's becoming quite evident these days, as you indicated. And it's important to raise awareness as we walk through the discussion under your leadership, how we can put together solutions and the do's and don'ts to follow and not to go for, to ensure that a quality of sleep is on its Sunday's best. I mean, yeah.
Definitely. And well, you're here to help us understand this a lot better. Sure. And now, when we talk about stress, stress is something that really, really takes a toll on our physical health as well. You said mental health is technically just our health. So now it actually changes how our brain functions, especially when uncertainty is around and these notifications are keeping us on the edge. So to understand this better, Dr. Nami, can you explain what happens to our brain when stress, especially stress from uncertainty, affects us and disrupts our sleep?
Yeah, very, very important. You touched on a very critical term, which is uncertainty. The brain is not hardwired for uncertainty. But the brain is wired, on the other hand, for certainty. I mean, the brain predicts a solid turn of events in the future. So we kind of model predictively that what will happen, what is supposed to happen to me, and I will set plan for it, right? So when things become shaky and uncertain, the brain faces this kind of lack of established integrity in those networks.
And sometimes we feel that we're not really sleeping. We are sleeping, but our brain is kind of up.
True.
So what is that like? Why does that happen?
So, like I was saying, when we think about like what if thoughts, it is going to increase the sleep latency. Like we will have this mind wandering and reverberation of the thoughts, overthinking when we're in the bed. In the bed, there is lack of environmental like stimuli. So our brain starts traveling inside. And then it reverberates all those thoughts. And many of the thoughts are emotional thoughts. And unfortunately, or anyways, the brain is very geared towards the negative emotional thoughts because the newspapers with bad news sell more than newspapers with the good news, right?
That's
so
true.
the brain will revolve around those negative thoughts. And that triggers the hyperactivity of a certain area of my brain, your brain, which is called amygdala. Amygdala is a certain area of the brain which faces hyperactivity. And when the amygdala hyperactivates, I perceive the threat more than expected. And that's where my brain gets down to the road of what if thoughts. And the what if thoughts are actually like putting together uncertainty sort of feeling to me. It's not danger, okay, which disrupts my sleep. It's uncertainty. It's thinking around what if. But one essential thing that I personally practice that quite frequently is that instead of what if, obsession, I will go for if then. If this happened, then I'm going to plan for this, right? Then I'm going to take that course of action. So this puts me a little bit more ease to be very well set and be ready to proceed to like different kind of case scenarios, right? But in a nutshell, what happens is that we're facing amygdala hyperactivity, and the frontal part of the brain, this very front of the brain is actually mostly involved with the awareness, conscious orientation, and cognitive processing, like memory, rational thinking, and these things, right? So when we sleep, when we have this sense of tranquility, and we're about to have that shut eye, we have the prefrontal down regulation, meaning that the activity of this area becomes less than usual. And then other areas my brain will take over during my sleep. But when this prefrontal down regulation doesn't happen, I keep reverberating those thoughts. And that's where the overthinking
But why does it not
happens.
happen? Is it because we're thinking too much into news or?
Yeah, it's a long story. But when our bodily nervous system keeps misinforming the brain faces amygdala hyperactivity. And the area of the left side of my brain, like here in the temple, predominantly processes emotional feelings and like mood and emotion processing takes place here. When the brain faces that threat and the what if thought start to flood in, then my brain will prioritize emotion processes as the priority number one, and then other rational way of thinking will be priority number 2 and 3. Then my brain would capitalize more on emotion rather than memories and thinking and rationalization, right? So my brain will think, will be more triggered with the negative emotional impulses. And that is how the cortisol level, because the negative emotion processes and the stress in the brain causes inflammation. And that inflammation releases some microchemicals in the brain, and it goes into the neural structures around the neurons. And that triggers the stress response in the brain, raises the red flag, and the brain gets into the high alert state. And that cross-links very deeply with the autonomic nervous system and also the endocrine system, because we have an axis. The axis goes from the hypothalamus to another nucleus in the brain, we call it pituitary gland or hypophysis, and it goes all the way down to the adrenal gland. And you perhaps have heard about adrenal, we all know about it. It's a gland that secretes cortisol, it secretes other different hormones. And when adrenal gland secretes more than expected level of cortisol, and that cortisol gets into the blood, we have cortisol dysregulation. So 3 things I touched on: amygdala hyperactivity, inflammation in the brain, cortisol hyperrelease. These 3 things together keep the brain and the bodily nervous system in a constant state of alert, right? And that is contradictory to that tranquility, or what we call it the hypnic tone. When my brain literally forgets how to fall asleep and maintain quality sleep, that will be the prime of the journey of having sleep inefficiency, namely insomnia. But we have different phenotypes. We have different types of insomnia. It's not like we have acute insomnia, chronic insomnia. But it's not like, all right, I have insomnia and that's because of my stress. Fine, so easy, I will take that sleep aid medication and bingo, I'm going to fall asleep and maintain sleep. It doesn't work like that. We have 14 different types of insomnia. I may or may not have different types of sleep disorders, which is now coincidentally joining with those ongoing stress because the geopolitical, because the socioeconomical, because many of different uncertainty triggers that they are getting on the way. But anyways, the bottleneck for having that vicious cycle broken and be back on a track is to be able to maintain the state of mindfulness, like controlled emotional processing, cognitive emotion regulation. And that causes remediation of the hyperactivity of that area, that guy here, the amygdala. Also, it decreases the excessive secretion for cortisol, and it's going to put a less of a traffic between the brain and body interface. So the body will get more in sync with how the brain plans to work.
Right. Well, Dr. Naomi, you have thoroughly explained the whole process really well of how the brain keeps being on that alert. And sometimes it's really us sleeping, but the brain is still up. But now, can you tell us, because you did say that there are different types of insomnias, right? There are 14 different types.
Yeah.
And the kind of insomnia I have might be different than the kind of one my friend
Sure.
has. So now, how is it that we can overcome this kind of a problem when, our brain is constantly up because of the high cortisol levels
Yeah.
or, whatever you've mentioned? So how is it that we can actually, get a good sleep cycle and calm down our brain?
Yeah. And thank you for touching on the word sleep cycle, because it's a very important terminology. Sleep cycle takes almost like 90 minutes to 100 minutes. And it is composed of different stages of sleep. We have the light sleep, then we have the mainstream sleep.
And then something
we have,
called the deep sleep as well?
We have the deep sleep,
Right.
which is the N3, which is the stage 3 of sleep, and then we have the REM or REM sleep. Rapid eye movement or REM sleep is where we dream and where we predominantly process the emotional thoughts and emotional memories getting consolidated during the REM sleep. That's where we exactly dream rationally, right? So these needs to be in a good, engineered form. And when this is disrupted, when there is no macro structure integrity, when there is no proper structure of the sleep cycles, and sleep cycles are disintegrated, then my sleep efficiency would not be expectedly there, right? So that is mostly dealing with the negative impact we expect to see for the sleep efficiency. The sleep duration is another thing. I sleep late and I wake up early. So my sleep duration is like shrunk, right? Some people have more than expected number of hours of sleep. They sleep early, they wake late. Some people, they sleep late, they wake up late. So they have delayed sleep phase, right? Some people sleep early, they wake up early. So we have different types of disruptions in the sleep-wake cycle. But putting together the main cause of the phenotypes of different types of insomnia mainly roots in the culprit, the main cause of that, the underpinning mechanism involved in that. Those different stages of sleep are actually mainly defined by how the brain waveform pattern are actually there. The waveform pattern are either slow, which is the main sleep wave, a brain wave that we see in the sleep, or they are very, very, rapid.
Right.
As we're awake, the brain functions in a very rapid pace. So we got like, brrr, this is the way that those neurons actually work. And they put together that signal. When we sleep, the brain goes like da, da, da. So the frequency of the brain wave oscillations will be way less than when we're awake.
Slows down.
Slows down. And with one exception during the REM sleep, that the brain is like equally functioning as fast as wakefulness. So it's kind of resembling the wakeful waveform pattern, but it's paradoxical. We're in the REM sleep, but the brain is very active, super active, because it keeps processing the emotional thoughts, right? So when the brain-body connection is not actually optimized and it's not there, then we start to have this disruption in those brain wave patterns. So the brain goes like da, da, da. Then suddenly we have this intrusions of the fast frequencies. We go da, 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 brr, da, da, da. So those intrusions of the fast frequencies are actually causing arousal. The brain gets lightened up to the verge of the wakefulness, although we're not already woken up. But the brain is very light. I mean, the neural structure is super aroused, and the brain doesn't have that sense of slow wave activity, which means that my brain is half awake, half
asleep, yeah.
And that is because the gateway to let those sensory processes, not to let those sensory processes reach the cortex or the surface of the brain is actually ajar. It's half open. And that happens because of less of tendency or propensity of the brain to maintain a sleep. That is what we have when we are facing sleep stage fragility or sleep stage rapid transition. Sleep is very shaky, and we do not have that regulated, well-structured, and efficient pattern of the macro structure of sleep. Also, we have problems sometimes in the micro structure of sleep, meaning those brain waves are actually not in check. They are not in proper shape, right? So they have fast intrusions, they have those spindles, they have things that should not be that abundant, but they are there. But just to put it in more lay term, when we have this hypervigilance because of many things, because of chasing the news, doom scrolling, digital toxicity, or whatever we name it, the brain gets into that constant state of hyperarousal, right? So we have this intensified level of the chemical substrates in the brain, like adrenaline or norepinephrine in the brain goes up, and then we have other factors, other neural transmitters or molecules or chemicals in the brain that they are higher than expected.
And do you think that late night scrolling kind of adds up to this problem?
That is the worst thing ever. Because when we do the late night doom scrolling, we actually exposing ourselves to the negative emotional triggers, right? So we just scroll those news until we come across the worst news. Well, until we come across the bad news. And then we're going to, to probe a little bit deeper. And then we go into that news, and when we go through that news, we come like, okay, what if this happens? What if that happens?
Yeah, and that
What I'm
really
supposed
sticks
to
to your
do?
brain
Oh
at
my
that
God.
time, yeah.
Okay, what I'm supposed to do then? So this keeps the vicious cycle going on and on. And that triggers the increased level of like cortisol level. Then we have this that disruption in the pattern of those hormones and molecules that they are in the brain, causing neuroinflammation. That neuroinflammation ultimately disrupts the electrical waveform patterns in the brain, because the brain is an electrochemical machine. When the chemistry is negatively affected, the electricity will be negatively affected subsequently. So we will have that sleep stage disruption. I might have difficulty falling asleep. I might have difficulty staying asleep. And then maintenance of sleep will become a challenge. When I wake up in the morning, I do not have that sense of morningness, very groggy and cranky, and I feel that I do not have the energy to start off the day.
You feel lethargic for the rest of the day.
Absolutely.
And so when is the best time to stop social media scrolling before bedtime?
So let me put it that way, Ms. Sahar. There is a general principle as a rule that we all got to follow. And that is called, that's very easy. It's a rule of thumb. So we go like 10, 5, 3, 2, 1 rule. So it's 10, 5, 3, 2, 1 rule. That is very compliant with the set of recommendations we collectively refer to them as sleep hygiene measures, right? So if I want to follow through the sleep hygiene recommendations, I go for 10, which means refraining from the use of caffeine 10 hours before sleep, right? So we're good with 10 now. Then it comes to 5, meaning that no alcohol or heavy meal 5 hours before sleep, right? So we need to steer clear from alcohol and heavy meal 5 hours. 10 hours before sleep, we got to refrain from caffeine intake. Then it comes to 3. It was 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. 3 refers to refraining from heavy exercise 3 hours before the bedtime, right? And then we got 2 in reply to your question. Avoid using screens or exposing to like bright blue light like 2 hours before going to bed. And one refers to the complete avoidance of the using any electronic devices 1 hour before sleep, and not getting into like very stimulating activities also 1 hour before sleep. So again, 10 hours caffeine, 5 hours
Food.
meal and
Yeah.
food and alcohol for those who use alcohol sometimes, and exercise 3 hours, 2 hours before bedtime, avoid screen exposure, 1 hour before bedtime, avoid electronic devices use, and also getting into stimulating activity. If I manage to follow through those simple tips, it's going to really be a game changer in my sleep integrity and my sleep efficiency. It's a common sense, but common sense is very uncommon.
It is. And well, I am going to try and follow the rule of 10, 5, 3, 2, 1.
You got it.
And let's see how it goes. I
Yeah.
really hope I can push myself to do that. And now moving on, we often focus on our sleep, which is adult sleep, but children are also, they should be considered and their sleep should be prioritized. So, and they're actually affected by today's fast-moving, unpredictable world where they're put to homeschooling one day and then they're back to school.
Right.
So parents might notice signs that they don't fully understand when it comes to, the sleep patterns of their children, especially kids and teenagers. So
Absolutely.
how does stress from today's fast-changing world affecting our children's sleep at the moment?
So they're more susceptible to the emotional disruption. They feel scared, uncertain, and they get this alarming signals, our emotional instability. When it comes to the evening hours, and they know that they're going to be their own bed, and they're going to sleep alone, right? So they will have this red flag already there that, okay, what will happen if something during the night hours happen to me and I'm away from my parents? So they will start to bring in like excuses. I will not sleep alone. I would like to be
Again,
in your
those
room. I'd like
negative
to be with
ideas are
you.
going to hit them as well.
And sometimes some children, they have this openness to share their emotions. Some of them are more reserved. They will not talk. And if they talk to us, we got to be very attentively listening to them. And we need to acknowledge their bravery, that they are sharing their true feelings. We need to let them know that we hear them well. We need to let them explain their feelings, even their fears. And then we explain to them, all right, let's see, what are those things all about? And I will explain to you in steps that to get you more into the picture and be sure that we're with you, we're there. Some children will start having issues with night terror. They will overprocess negative emotional thoughts during REM sleep, and they have this REM behavioral disorder. They keep doing the sleep talking, sleepwalking, or some kind of screaming at the middle of the night because they have been kind of overtly processing the emotional thoughts and emotional memories during sleep. Some of the children, case scenarios are also kind of compatible with childhood depression or childhood anxiety-related disorders. And we have those things, and it's not very uncommon. We have disrupted mood dysregulation disorder, which is a kind of mood dysregulation in kids. And at the same time, this is all related to their overt and like dominant activity of the neural red system. And the red system is like sympathetic nervous system. It's a hot system. The hot system predominates, right? So we have the hot system and a cold system. And when the hot system predominates in their neural structures, they keep overvaluing those stress triggers. And that puts them into the constant state of alert, and they have this refrainment from sleeping alone. They might have this tooth grinding things. They might do the bedwetting. I don't know, but it is not that frequent or like a common incidence, but it happens. And over the past like couple of weeks or 3 weeks, I've been seeing children with sleep-related sleep disorders in our clinic, and it happens. It is there, but the appropriate parenting management skill is really a very defining variable here. It needs to be very well attended to. If we see that something is concerning regarding their sleep habits, something is dramatically changed with regards to their sleep ability, and when they wake up in the morning, they're not usual. And that we need to consult a physician. The sleep doctors are specialists that they know how exactly deal with the disruption of the sleep patterns. in adults and also in children.
So-
And collectively, we have 84 different types of sleep disorders, right? So it's a huge thing.
Those are a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. And we need to ascertain that what is the problem, what is the root cause of the problem, what are the proper solutions, and what is the best solution. And informed by the medical evidence, we need to hit the ball out of the park, knowing that what is going to be the behavioral, medicinal, non-medicinal approach to mitigate those challenges in sleep, either in children or adults, and then be able to get their sleep back into the efficient mode, which is going to positively inform their overall daytime functioning and mental health/health in general.
Right. So you're saying that parents or guardians, they need to keep the track and monitor these sleep cycles of their children. That's very important. And now it is hard for parents as well. It's, some point and sometimes because they're juggling with work and family. And then now, there's so much going on. So how is it that some habits may intentionally make sleep worse? And for parents balancing work and family, and constant work notifications, a lot of them are now working from home. So what mistakes make sleep problems worse these days?
If I use the bedroom for work or for dining, it's not a good idea. In most cases, we need to use the bedroom environment only for sleeping, right? And the sleep environment also matters. We need to keep the bedroom quite dark and cooler than usual during the sleeping hours. We need to refrain from caffeine. We need to refrain from tea, coffee, or whatever caffeinated drink, as we agreed on, some good hours before sleep time. And other thing is about any stimulants that are there, like bodily activity, which is quite extensive, and I got heavy exercise, like my body temperature goes up. This is a maladaptive habit for my sleep thing. So I need to refrain from those things. Late night meal is kind of contradictory to the quality of sleep. So I need to, because it actually disrupts the metabolism, and that is not something which is in line with the expected sleep rhythm and the sleep quality measures. And one other thing is about exposure to blue light exposure, being exposed to a screen, because that kills the secretion of a neurohormone in the brain. That's another chemical. We call it melatonin. And when the secretion of melatonin is all there, then other chemicals in the brain, including adenosine, including neuramyl peptide, these are chemicals that will be less secreted. This means that my brain does not ignite the signal for sleep need. So my brain literally forgets when and how to fall asleep, right? So my brain does not retain anymore the ability to get the shut eye, and I will just toss and turn in the bed endlessly, and that will just be very contradictory to the ability of my bodily neural structures and my brain in general to have the tranquility and the propensity for sleep experience. So those things are must avoid things. And the good things that we should follow is just all the things that we discussed, plus practicing some mindfulness-based exercises, like being able and also accustomed to practice some relaxation, mindfulness, habits and exercises, mainly in the
Should we
evening
do
hours.
some sort of meditation?
Meditation,
during the evening
yoga, or
hours?
kind of things like that. Journaling our thoughts. Discussing with ourselves that what will be the solution for this, like I shared with you. When we have if, then what is going to be the then part? So if this happens, we'll do that. And jotting that down, putting that on paper, it's going to help capturing all those thoughts somewhere secured. So I'll leave those thoughts on paper next to my bed. I know that the
And I
beds
think
are
it
now
will
under my
help
control.
us a lot with that tossing and turning in bed process, because our brain will know that if this happens, then I'm ready for this. So
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then you go for the physical stretches somewhere in the evening hours. Light and early evening meals will be good. And one other thing is that we got to listen to our body. If my body tells me that, look, you got to go to bed at 11, That's my circadian clock. And it tells me that your sleep time, your bedtime is 11. And if that serves me right, then I go to the bed somewhere at 11. If I'm an early sleeper and I feel that I feel drowsy and sleepy and my bodily need for sleep is way before the other people, and I need to be a longer sleeper than the other people, then I listen to my body, I listen to my biology, and I go to bed earlier, right? But staying up late, especially not avoiding those maladaptive habits, being, like closely working with technology later in the evening hours, this is going to kill the brain's ability of maintaining and retaining that quality measure of sleep. So those things collectively, in summary, they are referred to as sleep hygiene practices. And there is a very big urge and a timely need today for something, we call it community level sleep health. The community level sleep health is that how people will help each other to ensure that, look, your sleep really matters. And a couple of weeks ago was the World Sleep Day, and we kind of tried together to raise awareness about the significance of sleep. That we're addressing the society in a way that, look, sleep is not a luxury. Sleep is a fundamental, undeniable physiological health-related needs. When there's no sleep health, there will be no wakefulness health-related thing. So when we sleep poorly, we'll be behaving poorly during the day. And sleep is negatively not only affecting our cognition, our memory, attention, language processing, and verbal fluency, and judgment, and reasoning, and planning, and decision-making, and problem-solving, and name it.
So everything.
Everything. Not only that, but also it negatively affects our mood control and maladaptive emotional processing. And it causes anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress disorder will be on the verge. And also we have the obsessive-compulsive disorder, phobias, name it. And apart from those mental health-oriented things, poor sleep integrity and poor sleep quantity and quality and timing will result in, it has been documented that it will result in at least 3 times higher risk profile for heart attack. It will increase the risk for a stroke. It will increase the risk of the metabolic disorders like hypertension, obesity, and also diabetes. So it's not a joke. And in many case scenarios, when we have a medical condition and we undervalue the important, the important impact on our sleep, on the medical health, on the general health, our medical condition is getting worse day in, day out when we do not experience a proper sleep, right? So, for example, diabetes will be very poor controlled. No matter what medication I'm taking, no matter how much insulin I'm injecting into myself, my blood sugar is poorly regulated, poorly controlled, because my sleep health is not there. My depression is not fading away despite I'm taking that antidepressant medication, despite I'm going for the CBT or talk therapy with a psychologist. It doesn't work because my sleep is not there. So sleep has got literally the footprint in all different aspects of our mental health measures and our bodily health measures. Longevity definitely tags very well with the sleep health. So again, sleep health is health.
And it's such an important food for our body and our soul. We just can't function without it.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
You're
So
absolutely
we
right.
need to help each other understand how important it is, as you said, in a community as well. We need to spread awareness and help each other trying to regulate our sleep patterns.
And empirical biological research has very firmly documented that in certain stages of sleep, the brain actually get cleared off from the waste materials, from those toxins, and from those free radicals. So the brain gets swept off from the toxins and disruptive chemicals in the brain. It's like the brain gets into the housekeeping stuff during sleep. So when the brain does not retain that opportunity to experience proper quality sleep, then the brain gets into more of the mental health issues, the brain gets in more of the cognitive constant decline, and this and that. The risk of Alzheimer's type dementia and age-related memory loss, and also different types of cognitive impairment like attention deficit or memory impairment, as I said, they are significantly increased when I do not retain a quality of sleep. And that has also been very, very deeply documented and comprehensively addressed in scientific research over the past couple of decades.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Naomi. You've added so much to our info.
I don't know about that.
No,
we all
really
know
you
that
have.
it's not about the info, Ms. Sahar. It's about the insight, correct? So when we go for this together, I mean, everyone who listens to this, if they got some insight, because the problem is not the knowledge. The knowledge is there. The knowledge is now in the internet. The knowledge is now in GPT. So we can search whatever we want.
Implementing that knowledge?
The application of that knowledge really makes a huge difference. Makes a huge difference. So the applicability of this, if we pass on the torch, and this is my humble request from those who are listening to this, if you got some insight, please pass on the torch, because those around you, your loved ones, those people who score the significance of sleep and sleep health measures, they will just say, okay, sleep doesn't matter. We just sleep, we wake up. Okay, we are functional during the day. And when I was getting into the field of sleep, because before getting into the fellowship of studying the sleep disorders, I got into that almost like 15, 16 years ago. My colleagues will tell me, you as a doctor, you got to go into specialty that really matters. Sleep is not that complex. We sleep, we wake up, just like that. So what are you looking into the field of sleep? What would you expect to study in sleep? Even after 15 years of humble practice and research and studies, I'm still learning every single day. It's a very complex, biologically intricate, and essentially important topic. And it's underattended. So again and again and again, my request, please, those who got insight from this discussion and other sources about the significance of sleep, let's pass on a torch.
Well, that's a great advice. Dr. Naomi, thank you so much for being able to join us today on Midday Majlis. We really value your time. You've come to join us during the rainy season that we're having. And once again, I would love to have you again on the show.
Absolutely.
Thank you so
It'll
much.
be a total
Take care.
pleasure. Thank you very much for having me on the show.
You're welcome. And well, that's about it. Stay safe wherever you are. Take care of yourselves. Prioritize sleep. And always do your best to kind of get enough sleep, the quality of sleep, because without it, it is really hard to function. Once again, take care of your mind, your body, and your rest. Until next time, this is me signing off. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.